Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Sorry, I had to pop in the shower quick because it was one of those mornings. Oh my God. Let's get this news feed pulled up right away and get right into the trial. My apologies for being a few minutes late, but hey, that's how we do. Don't worry, it looks like we're at muted sidebar at the moment. Like always. Thanks, Bev. Crank the volume here. Share this crap to you guys. All right, we've got this. Go away. We've got this currently pulled up. And nothing is happening. So, hey guys, how are you doing? Sad bah. Yeah. He pooped himself in bed. No, I pooped myself on the roof of the house. So are we still on Yuri? I feel like there's still Yuri to go. But I don't know about that. Hello, hair. Let's see if I can get a haircut this weekend. Obviously didn't get a haircut. Well, yes, correct. I didn't. I said my barber cuts like Thursday through Saturday, so I wouldn't have been able to go yesterday. I could have gone somewhere else, which I have the last several times. They do an okay job. The judge released him. Oh my God, thank goodness. Days and days and days of cross-exam. Run, Karen! You're free now! Go!
All right, to the court, please.
They'll distract the enemy. My air conditioner's off. It's warm in here. Oh boy. You are musically. The kids are to testify, so no live then? Why do I always think of these kids? I know they're not in my head, but like I always think of them as like, oh, they were kids, but now they're adults. But they're still minors, aren't they? If that's the case, what are we doing? Because I'm not just cutting off the stream today. We're going to stream. We're going to talk about stuff. Hang out. They don't testify long. When did I finally go to sleep? I think I fell asleep around 4:30 finally. Drama stream. No, not at all. We're not doing that. Well, if they're minors, they can testify about getting to the core of the issue or something. I don't know, some mining joke. Speaking of mining, if you guys are new to my return, or if you're not new and you just haven't heard, there's an alternative way to support the show and to participate in it in a way that wasn't available before, and it's through Super Tip. You can go to supertip.gg/RL, and you can send in super chats effectively, but they'll be narrated by a bevy of AI voices that you can pick from. So you can have them say all sorts of stuff. You can have them make fun of me. You can have them ask questions. You can have them make general statements. You can talk about the trial. You can talk about your cat. Doesn't matter. Why you no love Rumble chat? I do love the Rumble chat. I look better each morning. I look terrible today. What are you talking about? I look like I just rushed and got out of the shower. And I'm on like 2 hours of sleep. 3? Something like that. Look like I'm dying. But that's okay. We'll get through it. Gotta organize my workspace here. VMS gentlemen. Why do you think I don't love Rumble chat? Great stream today. Very insightful. Looking forward to tomorrow's. Me too. Oh. Oh. Did it do the thing where it kicked everybody out again? God, it's so nice how YouTube's doing that. Should have spent cocaine money on hair plugs. No kidding. Those would have lasted longer. Yes, it kicked you out. That's amazing. Like, I wonder if they have, oh, this guy did too much cocaine on his, like, clicked on my channel or whatever, so it prevents it from working correctly. That's a nice feature. Who needs to stream to people? Oh my gosh. Because you ignore us like in long ago during Rittenhouse. Well, they don't try to. I mean, I'm watching both chats. They're both in the same spot right in front of me. So I don't know how to help you. Be funnier. Oh, Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell's out there tweeting Carl Jobst has officially filed for bankruptcy. I bet Billy Mitchell is feeling on top of the world. That guy's got a streak in him. He's got a dark streak. And I think he was looking to put Carl Jobst in his place. I actually like Carl. From talking to him, I mean, he seems like a decent enough chap. Looks like he got wrapped up in some things where he said Billy Mitchell was responsible for Apollo legend killing himself, which I think a lot of people believe, but they might believe that because of Carl. And if that's the case, then that's kind of a problem. But Billy Mitchell successfully sued Carl Jobst in court for defamation in Australia, which is what I was talking about the other day. Like, oh, you don't want to get sued for defamation in a country that isn't the US. Like, you don't want to get sued for defamation in the US either, but you really don't. You don't want to do it where there aren't First Amendment protections. Leon's Law, I don't remember the specific and exact statements, but he seemed to indicate that it wasn't an opinion. Like, oh, I've talked to him. If I remember right, like I'm not trying to put words in Carl Jobst's mouth or anything, but I feel like there was some specific context to it that made it pretty obvious that it was beyond opinion. But it doesn't matter because he's in a different country, so the rules are different. Everybody said I was retarded because I said that Billy Mitchell had a strategy that looked like it was potentially going to be effective. It was. Again, not under the U.S.'s defamation laws, but he brought the fight. He brought the fight across the sea and to the part of the world that's pretend. And in the land of pretend, words matter in different ways. Can they let Karen Reed struck Judge Bev with her car to show that you can't die the way the state says? A demonstrative in front of the jury. Oh, what are we going to do? Get bevved. Do we know why there was no court yesterday? Rumor has it that Karen Reed was ill. Apparently she has Crohn's disease, and so it could be that she was. I don't know if it was like a Crohn's flare-up. Which sounds gross when you think about that. That's unpleasant, I'm sure. But I don't know if that's what the issue was or if there was something else. Is that why she just ran out of the courtroom to hit the head? No, she hit John's head with her car. I'm just kidding. I don't think she hit John with the car. I'm not sold on it. What do you guys think? Good morning, Jamie Carroll. How are you doing? Inflammatory conditions can be triggered by stress. No kidding. Like, I don't have Crohn's, but I've learned that our bodies have really complex allergy systems that get triggered by stuff that don't really make sense. But the allergic reaction system that the body has is responsible for regulating a whole lot of things. And so I don't know. I don't have Crohn's. I don't want it. Someone else can keep it. That sounds disgusting. Here we go. We got some courtroom volume. Run Jolt Cola through your coffee machine with your lightest roast grounds. Take a cup of that and brew with 4 bags of black tea. Use an entire cup of sugar to sweeten. There's your wake-up fuel. Oh, my God. That sounds like that'll kill you in advance and the people around you. Splash damage. Morning, Rag.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open.
God save the Queen.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, Mayor.
Yes.
All right, Hank, you can do it. I believe in you.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce 2 clips.
Okay.
First clip, the Commonwealth would seek to
All right, we get
introduce to
some.
the jury is clip 20.
Let's show them how bad Karen Reed is from her interview.
Window here, that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
What?
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
I mean, that seemed like nothing to me.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew, he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Did they have anyone come in and authenticate these videos? I mean, it's a Dateline video. So if they're gonna have a minor witness the whole time, we're not gonna be seeing anything. Ah, I'm still itchy. Should be able to hear it. We'll see. Right now, there's nothing. There's no audio coming through. Better take more drugs. That'll fix it. Well, I mean, I do have anti-itching drugs. Those exist. I just don't like to take them. No, it's ordered to no audio or video. Well, what would you guys like to do then? I am going to take my morning pills. You're out, Napoleon? We'll come back later because it's not going to be this way the whole time. If you're a minor when you witness an incident, but are an adult at a later point during legal proceedings, do you lose that protection? Yes. Generally speaking, I mean, there could be certain crimes where it would be different, right? Like if you're the victim of a child sex crime, I think even if you age out of that program, I think some states still have protections for that. But all right. We've got everything tweeted. So that's nice. Turn up the volume from the courtroom. Your stream volume is very low. Well, I mean, it's actually boosted. It's boosted double and volume's maxed out. So we'll see when it comes back. Greeting from Spring. Spring, man. Do you mean Spring, Texas? Andy Montemayor. If so, Greetings to you too. Mm-mm. Kind of a bummer we don't get to see or hear it because the first cross that ADA Laughlin has done, we never see her cross anymore. Will the ceiling fan be called to testify? I hope so. Well, let's do a catch up so far. What I understand of the state's case. Look, I missed a couple days. Hold on. That was nice. I missed a couple days, obviously, of testimony when I was out at Hackamania in Las Vegas. But my understanding of the state's case is this: they want to create the impression that Karen Read was conscious of hitting John O'Keefe with her car, that she did it on purpose or that she did it through DUI. That's the goal, is to create the impression in the jury that she knew about it and said it. That's why they keep focusing on this. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. These three repeated 3 times statements made that are questionable if she said them at all. They don't seem to be consistent. However, all of these different witnesses in this trial are adhering to that 3 I hit hims in a row. And I think the goal of the state is to imprint upon the jury this concept that she did it and she admitted to it. Admissions carry a ton of weight with juries. They can overcome deficiencies in forensic analysis. They can overcome gaps in the facts. They can overcome a lot because they say, well, I mean, logic, it stands to reason that if someone knows that they killed someone, them saying that they did it is really powerful, and it actually will overcome gaps in the evidence because that evidence may not ever be findable. But the person's knowledge that they did something is findable, it's knowable, and it's recordable and repeatable. And so if that's the state's plan, which it seems to be, is to open and leave the impression that Karen Read is conscious of doing this to John O'Keefe and that she did it on purpose. If they can leave that impression from the early witnesses, carry it through the basic data analysis required to get the facts out there, and then close with what I assume is going to be a medical examiner of some sort, and the whatchamacallit, crash reconstruction people coming together to fill in the gaps and to say, this is where Karen Read hit John O'Keefe, and this is how he died. And these injuries are consistent with what we would expect in this type of incident. Now, they may have a bad analysis, and I think they're going to, don't get me wrong, but I think that's their strategy, is to close out with, here are the facts on how that happened, we believe, to the best of our knowledge. And then when you combine that with Karen Read saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And those 3 words are the words that if she loses, those 3 words buried her. And it's going to be hard to convince me that there's some other major testimony from the state, elicited from the state, that has done it than those 3 words. And that seems to be, to me, pretty clearly the state's goal. I think they may have done an effective job of it too. It'll be up to the defense to counter that. But that's a hard one to counter because it's an impression. It's a feeling. She knows she did it. She knows what she did. Go back and listen to the Karen/Brian Higgins text. You should suffer with the rest of us. Oh yeah, those sounded, are they super cringy? I hope so. They're questions, not statements. I agree. Like, look, I don't think that Karen Read was making an admission about hitting John O'Keefe. All right. Like, I don't think that at all. And I like, please don't have that as your takeaway. I don't think that the jury is even that specific with it. It's the impression. They want the jury to think that Karen Reed knows that she killed John O'Keefe. Sierra's pool party says no time to stick around for the trial, but wanted to give this and ask for more short form content to help us stay caught up with what's going on. Maybe a summary video at the end of each day. I would love to do that. Yesterday there was no court, as it was unexpectedly canceled. And Monday I had, what was on Monday? I had something going on. Oh, my kids had a choir concert. That's what it was. Hours of cringe. Karen was desperate for some cock. She was basically begging for him to come and fuck her for ages. Wow. It's almost like, wasn't Higgins there at the party? Watching this trial, you realize that all these adults are massive fuck ups just like you. It's vindicating, to be honest. I mean, they're people, right? Like, people have all sorts of problems and issues that go on in their lives. Swinger party, key party, coke party. Yeah, I think, look, I sort of cheekily said, although I believe this, but I cheekily said I believe it was, there's either like a swinger party or proposed swinger activity going on between these people, but it's because it kind of seems like there was something going on, that there was some sort of sordid love affairs or sex affairs or whatever happening in that group. And those types of things can lead to, like, they can lead to violence and, disagreement that can lead to violent disagreement. And especially when a whole bunch of liquor is involved. So I don't know if they were, I think it's funnier if it was a swing party, but it would also, it also gives everybody there suddenly motives to keep this quiet, because their reputation surrounding their proclivities is about to be exposed. If this guy, like, or it could have been threatened to be exposed or whatever. And this is a small, tight-knit community, and the ties run deep, especially in these cop family circles, or seem to. But it also seems like, I think was it John who seems to have had sex with like several of these people? So who knows, man? It's hard to say, but it seems like something may have been either proposed or expected, and who knows, like, it obviously didn't seem to come to fruition, but that's probably because of the dead guy. Scott Christy Jones says, be a soccer mom and suck everyone's cock. That's Canton. Well, there you go. If that's your goal in life, ladies, Canton's the place. Eric Bosniad over on Rumble says, can I follow up from my Monday question? Well, sure. Which I meant to say, does suspending habeas only apply to illegals, or would the administration's policy be the only reason it doesn't suspend for U.S. citizens? The president has the authority. I'm not going to spend as long on the answer on this one, but let's briefly just say the president has the authority to suspend habeas corpus in a time of war, and in time of invasion. The suspension of habeas corpus generally would apply to prisoners associated with the reasoning for the suspension. So you're not going to get like some guy who's arrested in Washington State who's you're not going to have his right to petition for habeas suspended because he was picked up on like a DUI or something, right? Like it would be related to the invasion or the war. Like that's the suspension of habeas that we would have typically. The courts would, in my opinion, the courts would narrow down anything further than that. If the president is just like, nope, everybody can stay where they are, I don't think the courts would agree. And then it'd be a power struggle between the president and the courts. But they don't have any reason to suspend habeas for everybody else. It'd just be people associated with the alleged invasion. And I think the court would pare back any order to the contrary. Of course, if you guys go to supertip.gg/RL, you could have me ask me that question, or you could have anybody else ask me that question. Again, another way to participate in the show. All right. Well, I guess let's find that testimony of the text. I'd love to go through them. I wonder if someone's cut up a video for it. Oh my gosh. Come on. Karen Reed, Brian Higgins texts. Full text message exchange between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins. This is an hour long. This might be, here we go. We'll just pull this. Oh my God.
To anyone, how would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it.
It was a number whore. Is hours of cringe. Well, it's looks like it's an hour and 10 minutes of cringe here on this video. But let me see. Hold on. They got this fucking banner right in the bottom of it. It's ticking me off. So again, it's only an hour. Excuse me. I'm going to see if I can find the text messages without all the without the giant banner on the bottom. Okay, here we go. We'll see how this goes for now. I like to be large on the screen, so I don't want to be pushed off the corner. Makes me sad.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone.
Yes, you do.
How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha.
I'm already annoyed. This guy reads at a non-grade level. Okay, so which one of these is which? Which one is Karen and which one is Higgins? Somebody help me out. Blue and gray. Gray is Karen. Okay, so blue is Higgins. Here we go. What do we got?
Hi, Monica. 2 years ago, I was this Wonka reject. Thanks to your stories about fat being a mindset, I finally realized I had hit the fat mindset and make a change. The first step was Field of Greens.
The change in mindset led to keto diet with portion control. Now I'm down 150 and I'm now only as fat as this fuck. No micro penis for me, though.
With continued diet and exercise, I hope to one day be as coke scrawny as this figure. Please continue to share you fat shaming in all form. Thanks, brother.
Hey, man. I don't know who sent that. That was sent anonymously, but congrats. Get down. Get down. Shed those pounds. Leave them on the ground. I don't know, because it should rhyme. Keep going. Keep going with your goals. Diet's the first part of it. And for you, the diet should be no. Bad dog. Don't eat anything. Let your body keep eating itself. Eat your own shame. Do not eat any food until you're as skinny as you're supposed to be. What are you going to do? Die? Are you worried about that? Still better than being fat, and you know it.
When does this bullshit start? It's a train wreck I can't look away from. I have a feeling Karen is going to get railed. I mean, railroaded. John didn't look like it, but he was a player.
Yeah, that's what it seems. It seems like John was a player of some sort. And I think Karen is getting railroaded. When does it start? Well, it has started. It's just we have a witness who's a minor, and the court has ordered that there will be no audio, no video, not even any live tweeting of the testimony of the minors. So anyone in the courtroom who's reporting has to wait to tweet out what the minors say until afterwards.
There once was a lawyer named Kurt whose waist was wide as a yurt. Don't worry, Gov, about the little nub of love. It couldn't even penetrate a turtle dove. And Kurt has a micro penis.
It's so funny. But what's funnier is that I know what's coming from Super Tips. And I know what's coming, and I just, I have to wait. I can't talk about it. I can't talk about those terms of service and all those really smart lawyers that are out there. Nick should have read the terms. You're right. You got me. There's definitely not going to be anything wrong with that statement at all.
I knew she did. Sorry.
There's definitely not a bunch of people who are complete bitches who have sent in requests to have their voices taken down. They're probably wondering right now why their voices are still up. Uh-oh. Did you read the terms of service? Fatso.
You felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits.
Yeah, don't give Carrie my digits.
Thought of me and everyone's grandfather.
Weird.
I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's the think about nicknames.
Oh, the think about nicknames.
We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Right? I'm sure Karen is just so good at coming up with nicknames. All the time, I bet. I'm the queen of coming up with nicknames. That's what everybody tells me. Oh, do they? Really? I would like to know more about that, ma'am. Why couldn't they get someone with a really good voice and reading presence to do this? Just for this guy. Can we get a stand-in? These be narrated by anybody else? Okay, so somebody help me with this. We're just going to rent a beach house in Fort Lauderdale, something quick and easy. Who's we? Let me go back on.
We're just going to rent.
Ah! A short vacay with the Curran show. That's a weird way to say it. I don't understand what that is. Wanted to see if you were game. So who's the we? Who's she inviting him to go to a vacation with? It's kind of forward. Hey, wondering if you were up for going for a vacation with us. James Earl Jones, Charlton Heston. Yeah, anybody. Nick, I think Karen is your type. I don't know, man. She seems a little bit like she's a giant pain in the ass. That's the think about nicknames. Oh, see, this would be the worst. All of your cringe would be like open for the world to have to hear, right? But it's the fucking little typos everywhere that would really like, it's the thing about nicknames. You'd be so mad at every time you like hit a K instead of a G or whatever. Oh, that would burn me up. I don't know about you guys.
I'm glad you didn't go to jail, Nick.
Me too.
You wouldn't have made it, you little bitch. You get caught with a little coke, and you just give up on unbreaded and no more Pope. Nut up, dude. Give the people want.
I'm glad you didn't go to jail, Nick. Oh, thank you. You wouldn't have made it, you little bitch. Like, oh my gosh.
No cease and desist from Kurt regarding micropene. Does that make it a tacit agreement?
It's a tacit agreement. There's a ton of ways you guys can call me a little bitch. It makes me really happy. So go for it. It doesn't bother me at all.
You can't reach the butter golem level if you have shame. It's about hating your current self and fat mindset and getting angry enough to change. At least for me.
Not angry enough to entice others across state lines for pizza casserole with a micro penis entree like this figgot.
This is someone's like, why are you being mean to Kurt? I'm like, well, he did kind of solicit minors to come to his house to have alcohol and pizza casserole. They're like, watch out for defamation. It was like, he did it on video. We watched the video. It was pretty clear. It didn't look like a joke. I don't know. Maybe he'll come out and be like, oh, I was obviously joking. And be like, oh, it was just our little autism. But it didn't seem like one. It seemed like he was chomping down pizza casserole, thinking about, this is how I find an 18-year-old, hook her in the mouth with, fishing line, tie her to a bedpost and feed her cocktails.
I want to rub some icy hot on Kurt's oversized pink nipples. Moi nibba.
Moi nibba. What, Kurt? Uncivil law. That Kurt. 18 is not a minor, but he did state that he was looking for, he had to check he specifically excluded soliciting minors across state lines. However, he said he needed to check with the age of consent in Texas, which is 17. And in both cases, 17 and 18, he was offering cocktails and wine. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say, man. Like we covered the video. It wasn't a good look, I don't think. I wouldn't recommend having it.
This trial is giving all us fat and ugly men hope. Karen's not a 10, but for those morbidly obese and Harvey Dent, Two-Face version, she a pure 20. Goes to show you can pull out your league.
Wait, but you didn't pull out your league. Some other guy did. What did John O'Keefe look like? I saw a picture of him and I was like, oh, God. Not to be rude. He just seemed ugly. Professor John O'Keefe this guy looks like he's got cats skinned alive under his bed collecting ants. No, this guy isn't ugly. He's just normal, which is fine. You never know. Oh, this is nice. Look at. Oh, he is a chonker though. Okay, he's a big boy. In some ways, God, his body shape is don't care. Hold on, let me. Well, we gotta do a little body shape analysis here. I'm sorry. So we have this picture. This is Karen Reed and this is John O'Keefe. I'm now convinced that if anything hit this man, that there would be no evidence behind. He seems like he has a layer of gelatin between his skull and his skin, or something. I don't know. How do you look so squishy? You borrowed shoulders from me. Like this is a big-ish guy. He's like 6'1", 215 pounds or something. No, Karen Reed isn't ugly. She's pretty. In court, she doesn't come across as pretty. I think they have her dressed down a little bit. They certainly don't have her doing her makeup, and you don't want her to. It's not the right move. He had a cop body. Yeah. What is it about that? It's like, here you go. Here's your skin suit. And they just put it on him. And they all look so soggy. It's weird. I don't get it. Because they have to run sometimes. She needs higher calorie intake. Well, I disagree. People can be small. Like, that's fine. I don't know why. Like, obviously, there's unhealthy weights. There are people who get too skinny. Like, I was too skinny when I got arrested. I'm not, no bones about that. I didn't want to be that weight. I won't sit and bore everybody with that same story again. But obviously, you can be too skinny. But also at the same time, I think there's a permission in this country to like determine that skinniness is bad. Like automatically. Like, oh, you're unhealthy or you're on drugs or whatever. And sometimes you are. But I noticed a lot of people who have problems with skinny people are fat. And I don't listen to them. No, I think Karen Reed looks just fine. Plus, if she has Crohn's, it might, it might be hard for her to put on weight because of her digestive issues. But this guy, I don't know. It's like, what happened to his arm? Like, where'd it go? No wonder the dog won. Grow some muscles, you pussy. Oh wait, you're dead. I guess that makes it hard. There's some challenges that are difficult to overcome. Death is one of them. So all supermodels are on drugs? Dude, a lot of them, yes. Tons of... Yes, celebrities stay skinny. That Nickelback song, like, we'll all say skinny because we just won't eat. Yeah, they're doing a lot of drugs. They just don't eat. They don't need to. The caloric intake is coolness. I thought people knew that. Do you notice how, like, they're consistently all thin? Like, all of them. And they all have that same sort of look about them. It's drugs. I would argue for quite a few. They've had them readily available. And if they've been in Hollywood any appreciable amount of time, they've had them offered constantly. And if they decide to take them, it's always, they're insulated, right? It's hard to get to a celebrity. Johnny Depp lived in that penthouse behind a bunch of security. Like, there's always time to flush the bag in his instance.
The evidence has shown that your new mot, TAC, is a troon. TAC is an acronym. It stands for the artificial cooter.
That's right, TAC. You and your artificial cooter, you weirdo. No, that's not true. I've met TAC. She's very, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very unique.
So you don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time.
Of course you are.
I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Jesus, is he live? No. Maybe.
So you claim.
Oh, he is. He's alive.
Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess the guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too.
Suddenly this thing sounds awesome. So I guess, okay, so a federal agent takes one in the head and they're gonna go to this thing. She's just invited him with someone else. She's talking about renting a vacation place down in Fort Lauderdale. I don't know who all is in the group that she's talking about, but I'm very intrigued. It suddenly became interesting. I'm telling you, this group of people, there's a lot of wieners going into places that they don't belong. That's my feeling on this, and I am sticking by it. I really, I'm tired of your oppressive suppression of my opinion. But there's bed snakes sniffing around gopher holes, so to speak.
I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL.
I think he just called her dumb.
Funny. I did know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along.
God, Yuri reading this is murder. Don't you love how like this guy in the blue is a federal agent, but they talk just as retarded as the rest of us when we have when you're text messaging. I didn't know you had any. Lol. That was a good one. I'm gonna send this to her. It'll be cool.
No one would say that about me. How would I know?
No, it's not how would I know. It's how would I know. Look at that. He's got dots. 4 of them. That's a 4th dot, Yuri. You can't just do that. You can't cut it off there.
We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone.
No, they don't.
I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes.
Well, everybody's usually a short story. I like how this guy's like, yeah, no, I'm really cool. I like just sit around quietly. That's what makes me awesome. Like, you wouldn't know that I am because I'm so quiet in the side of the room.
Excuse me, Mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half.
Who?
Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad?
Have you met him?
BC.
Because
That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work?
You know it's because, right?
I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor.
She is?
Solo is cool. I was an adjunct previously. Oh, really?
I was an adjunct previously. Learn how to speak. I don't believe the Fed said I was an adjunct recently. So now they're bonding over their college professorship. I'm learning right now that some people flirt really boringly. Is anybody turned on by this? Any of you like, oh God, I want to really hit that Higgins guy or Karen Reed. Both of them seem very boring. Their prose is nothing to write home about. Play the video.
Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College.
I've
and
cranked it twice
BHCC.
already.
I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day.
What do you
What is
teach?
BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, aka Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice.
Trust is
Trust
life.
is life. Line from Goodwill Hunting in the classroom at BHCC.
True
Funny.
story.
A
Goodwill
savant
Hunting
from
was a
Brockton.
true story.
I'm not making
Funniest savant from Brockton. He has slammed Brockton twice. Brockton. I don't know anything about Massachusetts. I don't care if it got removed from the map. I wouldn't know. I can't even spell it. But he has shit on Brockton twice, and that's where she's from. This is some good old. See, this finally we're getting into some high quality negging here. Like, no, remember that you're from that place where dumb people are. Ha! So funny that they made a fictional movie about a smart guy from the place that you came from. He's good at this. She is soaked.
fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Fall River writes, "You're very random."
How so? You just are. I love it. She's like, I don't think so. What's random? It's like putting him on the spot. She's not random at all. There's nothing random about this. You're so random. Like, is this just like how maybe this is how he talks to chicks or whatever. Like, it's pretty funny. It's just like, you're so random. Wait, how? Shit. Now I gotta explain it.
The evidence has shown that Nick slept face down in my cum for 5 months.
That's right.
Another spin for the toe.
Oh shit, wrong voice. The toe is stacking W's ever since Hackamania.
Stacking them.
Hear me out. I can fix her. If she's a badge bunny, she's got to love military, right?
Yep.
I'll just protect myself by making sure I always drive. P.S. She definitely goes ATM.
Oh no, oh my God. No, she doesn't. I mean, she might, but you can't just say that. Can you? Ben Dustin says, I'm making a mess in a minute. This is so intense. Ladies, if you, if you want a piece of this blue text over here, you too can date a government official.
How so?
This is a Fed.
You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night, for a few minutes anyways.
That was random.
What's
then.
random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my
No, this is the first time I've ever done
one-time
this.
Sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place.
I mean,
I learned my lesson. You have your shit together.
That's rude.
That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped.
Oh, hey, someone help me out in the chat. Like, I'm gonna hit play. But what's the weed whacker incident? I don't know this. Is there some lore here you can help me out with? Because I'm not understanding what the weed whacker incident is. I don't know why a federal agent is talking to Karen Reed. Like, I'm not sure the context of this conversation. It just seems it's so random. Like, whatever. She doesn't seem random in any way. I'm getting the impression that federal agents are dumb. I don't know. What about you guys? Let's see. What is it? What's the weed whacker thing? The nickname he gave her. He honked at her while she was weed whacking at John's house. Oh, that's a baller move.
When
Not
I
a
think
creep.
Guys are being creeps.
Okay, if you're ever messaging this line, like, you're not necessarily a creep, but you probably are. So you should check things and tone it back there. But so she's out weed whacking, and this guy like honks at her and says, "Hey, what's up?" And then now she's messaging him. Go Feds.
Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
What is happening with that picture?
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner. which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with.
You're so random. No, I'm not. You seem like you're kind of a loner. No. They don't know each other at all. They're not very good at their early assessments. We figured that out. Neither of these people can make early judgments on the other.
So you think you got me figured out?
But I'm a
Circle of
creep.
trust.
I'm a weirdo.
Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people.
I didn't, loser.
You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young?
There's not a
He died in
comma
March
or a
of 2020.
period.
I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL.
I'm so not a loser.
No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner
So
to imply friendless.
Benador.
I'm sorry, that's
Loser,
recent.
baby.
It wasn't COVID, was it?
Why don't you
Cancer.
kill me?
I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind?
Where? I'm sorry. What? That's a really interesting statement. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. So there you go. That's an interesting arrangement. He comes in quietly, right? And like privately. You just go in and wait for me. I mean, at least that's how I take that, right? Like, so the girl goes home, she closes her door, but she doesn't lock it. Time passes. He looks for an opportune moment, goes inside. They explain it later. There's an X that they discuss, so it's an inside joke. All right. Sounds good. I don't know. Why does everybody in this seem like a hoe?
Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat?
He's negative.
Sure, you're
This is
from
the third
Brockton.
time he's called
Spit
her
it out.
stupid from Brockton.
You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock.
Ah, here we go.
Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now.
Oh, man.
Out of rotation? Nah.
So yeah, she's calling him a man-ho here, right? Like, or she's feeling him out. Like, he must have a reputation. This guy gets around. Like, that should be pretty obvious at this point. She's heard about him. She knows about him. She's intrigued. But she's like, you've got a rotation of girls. So there's got to be more text messages though, like, or this other conversation that they're referencing. Like, oh yeah, no, that girl that kept leaving the door unlocked. And I'm curious about it. Like, how long has this been going on? This is a long play. I'm not a hoe.
It's out of play. I am solo. No rotation. I am not a hoe.
This is what they all say.
Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you.
I am not a hoe. I am after you. Show of hands in the chat. How many of you have had to say I am not a hoe in the past 12 months? Like, on it, like, seriously, like, no, I'm not a hoe. Don't worry about it.
The best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh.
Tough life.
Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night.
look at where this conversation's going. So I'm coming into this completely blind, right? And no context to what these texts are about to say. But she's invited him to a thing, clearly. And it's just her, John, and they're inviting this guy along. I'm holding on to my theory.
Just read she has Crohn's. This makes her ATM game closer to something from Saw, but still, hear me out.
But hear me out. I'm just saying, I'm sniffing this out. Oh, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Oh, do you prefer to do that? That's interesting. That's really interesting.
Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with or non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point.
I am inviting you.
I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
No, did you tell him you texted me, not to text me? Those are two very different things, Yuri, if that is your real name, you communist. So he's got parallel conversations going on here. He's talking to John. He's talking to his girlfriend. His girlfriend's like, hey, we like to hang out with non-couples. You know, I'm inviting you. After all this stuff, like, oh, you're so random. No, I'm not. Do you understand the definition of those words? I'm not random at all. She's very straightforward. But yeah, he's like, okay. Yeah, he gets the invite for Saturday. That's what he was referencing earlier. And so that invite came from John. And now he's saying Brian's being wishy-washy. But he doesn't know that Brian's messaging her right now.
You cranky now? Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people?
This is very telling, right? Her impression is that all of their friends who are couples don't even like each other. All of them. They all want to hang out with single people. I don't know if this guy's a hoe, but everybody else is. This guy's a hoe. What's going on in Canton?
I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe.
You're right. Hoes have no selection criteria. In fact, like hoes just constantly and unavoidably are just having sex with people. Like that's how they go through life as well. It's like, nope. I choose my relationships. I'm not a hoe. Well, hoes choose their relationships too. Or non-relationships. Hoes choose their activity.
Hey, no judgment. Haha. You make me laugh. I know, I'm funny.
No, you aren't.
Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours?
Nothing. I'm a fed.
Nick, I heard you have that mega pipe. You want Auntie Bev to give you that Gluck Gluck 5000? That wild new hairstyle makes
No.
Auntie Bev want a cream. Kurt's micro penis just doesn't do it.
No. Bev, stay away. Your bangs just, I can't do it. Like the shelf bangs, no thanks.
Higgery sniggery dock. A cock Kurt has not. He met with this brother. I filled him with butter. Kurt solicits kids a lot.
Ah! I think God invented limericks for black people. Swamp Air says Canton, Massachusetts is listed as one of the top 30 in swinger communities. Lol. People are making fun of me for this theory. Like, there's a little bit of a joke to it. Like, just because I think, obviously, I'm supposed to find stuff like this because it's hilarious. But it's not a joke at the same time. Like, there's a lot of signs here. I think they should be pretty obvious. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't John sleep with like several of these people, like Jen McCabe and stuff like that? Like, hasn't that been elicited somewhere?
I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next.
Starting with the next one.
January 14th.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above
absolutely.
or below the bubbles.
Yeah. So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
Yes, he was.
I believe
He
I
was effing around with
stopped
other
before
women.
Bob Clinton.
He
Everybody
snagged
can't
all of them
stand
but
him.
one.
I detest him. His breath smells like ass.
That guy's breath smells like ass. Are you familiar, very familiar with the smell of ass there? What's the Fed's name? Higgins. I wonder how much ass Higgins has been sniffing lately. That's a Robath mass swingers gathering. Wait, what is? Let's see. Scott Christie Jones says Crohn's, booze, and bum stuff go hand in hand, Karen. I don't know, man. Like, not to be too gross, but I think that sounds risky with Crohn's involved. What a mess.
OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh.
Talks like an ass clown.
Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience.
Is he so random too?
Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts.
Yeah, I don't know. Call me old fashioned. If I'm talking to a lady and I'm going to use the word nuts, I'm not putting a Z on it. Because I'm not 16. What is you use the wrong your? Everything about this is so government. Like it's so close to flirting, but it isn't really any good, and you could tell. Foul ball, you stink. Oh God, this is embarrassing.
Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double.
Use the
Trouble.
right your.
You're hot.
Oh shit.
Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious.
They're going back and forth. You're hot. Wait, are you serious right now? Are you serious? I need to know this right now. You messing with me? No, I'm serious.
Feeling is mutual. Is that bad?
Yeah, terrible.
How long have you had? How
Do
long
you
have
think
you
people
thought
are hot?
that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine.
How many feds and cops do you think just drive drunk all over the place? Are you okay driving? No, don't worry. I've only had 7.
I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from?
They're not feelings. She just thinks you're hot. Where these feelings come from? Oh God, yes. You're hot. Oh, you're completely in love with me now? Like, what feelings are you talking about? This is how they leap to conclusions in their investigations as well. Check your drug test today. Oh, that's a good idea. Let me do that real quick. We'll I got a super tip here.
Yo, my nigger, Sergeant Gunsky here is being forced to read these texts because he would not describe them as flirty. Also, Kurt is envious of those with a micro penis.
Ah! Wait, these aren't your texts? No, they're not. I like to hope my game's a little bit better than this guy's. Or hers. She sucks too. Someone said Karen Reed was smart, but she's not good at flirting. I don't have to test today. Yay. This is like one of those rare opportunities you get where you're like, how do people with room temperature IQ live and talk? And then you see it right here. Like, this is them interacting. It's like 2 Sims walking up to each other in The Sims 4. Okay, this is what that conversation would go like.
I just think you're like me. Meaning, do
How
you
much
have
did-
your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello?
Oh, God, we got so much in common, girl. I don't have any kids either. How am I like you? How am I like you? How are we the same? Like, oh, man. Hal says, how much do they charge for the test, Nick? It's $32. $32. I have no kids. Oh, God. How am I just like you? It's not that important to have this, like these things in common. You just talk to someone. What is wrong? What happened?
Aren't we alike? I think so.
I don't think so.
So
I haven't seen
why did
any
you get
evidence
my
that you're
number
like
and
other than
reach
just
out to me?
not having kids.
Shoot straight with me. I told you. I just think we're alike, right?
But how would you have known
Yes,
that
agreed.
before
Now
getting
what?
his number?
I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From Jump. When was Jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure.
Hillside for your sure. Oh, hey, we got a real thing happening here. We're back on the actual trial. We're going back to those texts on break.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SBDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And
I
how
like
long
being
were you
bigger
at the
than this
Sturbridge
guy.
Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned
Yes,
are
this is live.
put through an
Captain.
in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year.
Closed
Begins
captions
with
are
the history of the study of fingerprints,
really small that way.
biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically,
This
as far
guy
as
got
the
the
on-call
ears that
trooper
other guy
is
lost.
concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2000?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices,
give you some biological
alcohol
evidence.
containers, receipts, infotainment center data,
Oh.
etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
A camera.
Main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera.
Oh.
We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape.
Ooh,
we place on
placards.
items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with
Jean-Luc
respect to certain
Picard?
areas of the vehicle?
Yes.
Thanks. I
she
needed
marked
that.
various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica
I'll
or an
give you a
impression of the
friction
friction ridge
ridge
skin
impression.
on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects.
Oh.
What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or
I thought it
hills
was
and valleys,
way different.
and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular
Whoa.
area processed was relatively small.
Why didn't you use some
It was
DEI
the front
fingerprint powder?
Passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass,
What
polished
am I
metal,
toasted on, Jim?
dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Whoa. The video just disappeared right in the middle of it. Okay. Give me just a moment to find another one. That was very odd. Video has been removed by uploader. Should go back to our old friends, Law and Crime.
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Kurt did this?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
Karen Reed's
The
text.
requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area?
That's really weird of
near the
NBC
flagpole
to
at 34
suddenly remove
Fairview
their own
Road
video.
on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Have you heard of Joe's green grass theory?
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
So do I understand this is
Now,
a new guy?
In addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took
Memorialized.
general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Jim Hagland is asking if there's
Dr.
anybody
Clark,
sober in the chat. If you're
Do you recognize that?
feel sober at 10
Yes.
a.m.,
What do you recognize
you
that to be?
embarrassing people,
This is the crime scene
make
photos.
sure you let him know.
And
It's
what
very
contained
important.
on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in Discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could.
Mike M, I was wondering, but I got it. Unless he's gonna tear it up. The model of Lexus has automatic braking and sensors for this very reason. It would have stopped her from hitting him. But what if he wasn't returning
Yes.
the Lexus's texts either?
I'm presenting you with.
Hey, tomorrow is my 30 days sober, I think.
Depicted in each of those
Yay.
photographs.
What a hero.
Yes, I do.
Government told me to do it.
What do you recognize?
I'm executing it well.
Depicted in each of those 3 photographs, in general.
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I almost seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
The audio sucks. I don't know what's going on with that because it sounds okay to me, which has me concerned. It sounded like Yannetti, though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's going to be up on cross. Either way, Yannetti's got a good style. I just like, I like Alessi, like Tism yelling at everybody.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank
You would
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph
take
2616.
photos of the tail light of the car, right? That's how an investigation would be
Ms.
done.
Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign.
We have an Alessi voice coming, but with Hackmania, it kind
And
of slowed
Sergeant
everything
Clark, do you
down.
see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness. Your Honor.
Whoa, that was quick. Cool.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Get him, Yannetti. Make him regret not texting Karen Reed. I don't know. Maybe she's
morning,
next
sir.
toe.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section.
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Don't do this. Does it immediately. Sidebar. Ah, crap. Yanetti's about to get yelled at. Can you imagine being yelled at by Bev? I feel like it would come in like those handwritten cards from your grandmother. Like, I'm really disappointed in how you're approaching your cross-examination. Speaking of Bev's voice, here we go.
There's a theory that she was trying to get Fat Nasty to bang as a get back to make hubby jealous, to get back at him for cheating with women she sees as uglier. Typical high school games. Continued. Tubbs felt snubbed when she ghosted him and ignored him at the bar. Video shows her ignoring him all night. He then confronts John at the after party to tell on her. Fight ensues and he dies accident.
Yeah, I mean, that's a plausible theory. I have no problem with that. By the way, you didn't have to send 2 separate tips. You can select up to 5 different or the same voices, but you can type in 5 different messages and just hit that little plus button. And actually, if you're going to send multiple ones, it saves you money to do that rather than sending in multiple separate ones. So you can do that, and you can pick the same voices or different voices or whatever. But just so you know, thank you for sending those in, though. I really appreciate it. But yeah, it's I think that's a plausible theory. All right, we're back. Bad Yannetti. You don't get to be Italian today.
Okay, so
You have to be a
going
Greek.
Back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time,
Yeah,
were
she
you
kicked him off
aware
that whole
the
line of
Canton
questioning.
Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detective Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal
They were going
knowledge about
steady for
whether
quite a
anyone
while.
was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
No.
Sure. At the
No, just
time
me
that
asking
you
it.
were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he
Yeah,
was
he
also the
writes
lead investigator
speeches
on
for
the
his
case, correct?
Cheerios before he
He
eats
was the
them.
case officer, yes.
How do you look so boring?
At the time
I'm
of
kidding.
that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Reapproach.
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
Disregard.
I will hear you.
I need to be heard at sidebar. Ooh. That's a little pushier than I'd expect. They've been very polite asking Bev for sidebars up until now, but the state or the Commonwealth is really trying to keep testimony about Michael Proctor limited. They really don't want to. One, they don't. I'm just wondering. I don't even know where to go with this because people keep asking, like, are they going to call Proctor? Are they going to call Proctor? And I'm like, I don't know because I don't know what Proctor has that they might need to put into the case. But if the state has found a way to get around calling Proctor, then it'd be a strategic move that would probably be beneficial not to. And it seems like they're really trying to keep him out of there. And it seems like the defense is really trying to make sure the door to calling Proctor is open to them. They should be able to call him anyway, but I don't know if there's some pretrial motion or if there's some motion in limine on his testimony that they are trying to sledgehammer down. But it seems like it to me.
Bless my heart, bless my whole. Come on down to Kurt's house for pizza casserole.
It puts the oil on its skin, else it's off to Diddy's house again to rub my micro penis on his chin.
Proctor isn't on the list for the Commonwealth. And then
Good time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
he is on the defense
Just follow up.
list, though, people are saying. People are telling me they're calling in. They're calling in. They're telling me, oh, yes, we have this Michael Proctor, former detective or investigator or something. Who cares? Michael Proctor, we have him. He's wonderful. His testimony is beautiful. But we don't want it. We need to get rid of it. They're telling me he's not allowed. But we can't have these activist courts coming in here. No, so, yeah, the Commonwealth is trying to keep Proctor away because he is bait to just get annihilated on cross, from what I understand, from the first trial. Then what the defense is doing is trying to just kick this door open as hard as possible. And that's beautiful. They should do that. It'd be great.
Kurt does not have a micro penis. He has a macro clitoris.
Trump voice is still missing. Yes, Ryan's actually submitted it, but with Hackamania and I think I think Moody has to get back to his stupid upside down land that he lives in before we have like 5 or 6 voices waiting. What are they? I'll check real quick. Ryan messaged me and let me know what's in the hopper, so to speak. Where are we? So we have Alessi, Viva, Barnes, Trump, and then updating the depressed incel lawyer voice. So though there may be some updates on that at some point really soon. I'm looking forward to them, and I'm looking forward to laughing about it a whole lot. Maybe they should stop reading their CLEs.
In Boston suburbs, this in fact is flirting. It only counts if you insult each other. Ever seen that SNL sketch, Boston Teens? It's like that. P.S. Nick, you're hot, erection sustained.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you. You're totally playing around. Like, are you serious? Are you serious? Really though? Like, what do you mean? Do you think so?
Nigger, don't mind me just testing stuff.
Don't worry, none of that worked. None of that worked perfectly. No, don't find a way around the AI. We only have one man in this house who can do that.
Nigger.
How dare you?
At least Karen is only getting accused of murdering John once. Johnny Depp killed Amber Heard every night, sometimes multiple times a night. On a side note, Kurt has a micro penis.
Depressed incel lawyer voice. Can you not call it Kurt voice? Look, they took down the Kurt voice. The super tip company took down Kurt. Kurt made a demand that they take down the voice and image. And so they did. And yeah, so like we don't have a Kurt voice. We have a depressed incel lawyer voice. But I'm not really happy with the voice that we have. So we've got a different set of audio to feed into the machine to come out with whatever it's going to be.
I want John Cena. No, we have John Cena at home. The John Cena at home.
I don't get it. I mean, I know who John Cena is, but I don't get what the John Cena at home thing is. Could they not just use Kurt's voice and pitch shift it like half a semitone? No. For complicated reasons, if you accept the premise that they can't use Kurt's voice, then they can't use like just mild deviations of it. It's still derivative at that point. So no. However, I just want to point out like the analysis of anyone who thinks that you can't use Kurt's voice is wrong. All of it is wrong. I'm right, which is great. Right to an extent. The extent is AI hasn't been fully tested and AI voice capabilities haven't been fully tested in court, but every standard by which these voices will be measured has always come out in favor of parody. It has always come out in favor of the jester's ability to mock. And that's protected under the First Amendment. They always win. The AI voice tool is a tool for an artist to do something just better than they would otherwise be able to do it. It's like buying a better paintbrush. I'm like a much better paintbrush, right? And AI can help idiots like me do art. I can't draw or paint or anything, but I can tell the AI what to do and it'll make the thing for me. You can try and argue that like what the AI has generated is it just derived from a bunch of pre-existing works that have been fed into it, which is true. But like, that's what an artist does when they walk around and look at art and then they go home and they incorporate that into some vision. And I challenge you to find out exactly which art your AI image is derived from specifically. Like which piece of art, which registered copyright piece of art is it? It's almost impossible. Now, the voices, they're not going to attacking them under copyright is stupid. You don't have a copyright interest in your own voice. You would only have a copyright interest in your voice if it's something that you really worked on and then recorded in excess. Otherwise, you'd have copyright interest in any recordings that you make, as always, as everybody has. But just saying, aggregating those together, incorporating them, and learning how to then do a different impression, which is what the AI engine does. To say that that is a copyright or copywritten derivative work is insane. But that said, the other part is the right of publicity. And if any of these commentators out there just assume that someone making money is the commercial purpose that they're talking about in right of publicity cases, I would encourage them to just go read them, because they're all very clear that that is not the commercial purpose that's being discussed. The commercial purpose is the right to have your image associated, or specifically not associated, with the promotion of a product. And that product is not Super Tips. We're talking about using it as advertisement, not using it to make fun of you and say like, you eat small bowls of cereal or whatever, you little baby. That's not something that gets protection. Like you don't get protected by the government from people making fun of you online. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, fat lawyers. That's just how it goes. Eat less. Also, don't solicit children. Kind of cringe. Wait a minute. There's a super chat here from Valkyrie Art. Says, was charged and arrested for burglary at my old post office here in Texas. First offense. Any advice to avoid jail, like a plea deal? I'm desperate, need help. I can't give you legal advice. License currently suspended. General advice is don't talk about it a lot online. Don't talk about it with damn near anybody. The event itself, other than a lawyer, because everybody else's communication with you can be acquired. So talk to a lawyer and get a lawyer to help you negotiate this plea deal. Burglaries are felonies, and they're very serious typically. So you should definitely have someone help out. If it's a first offense, it's really going to depend what the terms of the burglary is. For those of you who don't know, a burglary, when you burgle something, is the unlawful entry into a building with the intent to commit some other criminal act while inside. So that's burgling. And so a lot of times people associate burglarizing with or burglary with theft, and because it usually involves like the theft, right? That people are breaking into a building to steal something. So it's very common. But you can also burgle something by going into a building to assault someone, or other things like that. So talk to a lawyer. Very, very serious crime. You probably have a victim. You want to go ahead and try and smooth that out as much as possible. But it's first offense. You should be okay. Did you beat anyone? Did you beat anyone or kill anybody or anything like that? Like, yeah, I was charged with burglary and also murder. No, but if you didn't make physical contact with anybody, you've got a, you have a victim of some sort, probably because you broke into a home or a building that was occupied. So you shouldn't have done that at all. But if you didn't like hit anybody, that's good. What is going on here? Remove. The chat window got stupid. Oh, thank you. Okay, back to this. Apologies. Hold on. We got a couple of super tips and then we'll go back to these texts.
Hey, diddle diddle, the fat and the fiddle. The Kurt showed the kids his big moon. The little kids screamed to see such a sight, but the Kurt still went right for the poon.
Oh my God. And correction, I said broke into a home because it's where a lot of burglaries happen. But breaking into a post office, what were you thinking? Breaking into a post office? It's a federal building. Holy crap. Don't talk to anybody about what you did, by the way. Don't give any details to us in the chat. Do not talk about it. Talk to your lawyer and no one else. I just realized that's a federal crime, homie. Woo!
Damn it, Bev. The John Cena reference was because the trooper on stand looks like a budget John Cena. But Auntie Bev decided to go on break and take him off screen. Fuck.
No, I got it. I got it 100%. Yeah, he looks like John Cena if he had a lobotomy and deflated by about 45 pounds. I think I accidentally deleted someone's message while trying to remove the super chat from the chat window. So if I did, I'm sorry. You're not banned. Oh, hey. Here we go.
When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type.
Oh, wow.
You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed.
Immediately, you think you can handle me? Yes. I'm guessing she does think that if she just is like, hey, I think you're hot. You want to hang out sometime? Oh, you think you can handle me? Yeah. I feel like that's a text that can never go right. You think you can handle me? No, you're right. I can't. I'm out of here. Peace. Oh, no, like I'm actually not difficult or whatever. How do you recover from that one? Like, what if they're just like, no, yeah, you know what? You're right. I don't think I can. Bye.
Are you hard to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot.
Whoa, that's like the second time.
You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What?
So juvenile and cute.
That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested.
Objection, Your Honor, assumes lots of facts, not in evidence. I haven't seen anything smart or witty in this conversation from either one. Oh my God, he doesn't know the definition.
Witty?
He doesn't know the definition of witty.
Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On?
In?
No.
On?
Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you.
Just whoa.
You don't have to beg. Huh?
Okay, so the only reason that these texts are out there is because this knob who's reading them said that they weren't flirty. What? How on earth do you come to the conclusion that they're not flirty? Like that's insane. What do we got here?
This white bread nigga just lies about your name, and then his partner goes and snitches on you for copyright or some shit.
That's right. Right. We'll see. We'll see. I've been thoroughly chastised about my position on the AI voices, even though it's correct. And people are very, very, they've been very reveling in the fact that Kurt's voice is taken down. Me too. I'm very glad that it was.
I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now?
Like with a phone.
Leaving me hanging.
I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Whatever she wants, like anything. Man, I hope a boy texts me like that someday.
Hanging. No. Kids, kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are.
Just wide awake.
I should have stayed. LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So know what? Now what? Balls in your court.
She's like, I hope so. This is so stilted and weird. Like, if you're gonna go for it, I guess. I, of course, not endorse this activity at all. I don't know what's happening here. This is how John O'Keefe gets killed right here. This Higgins guy is now a primary suspect to me.
What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want.
He's like, wait, don't you have a boyfriend? We're single. When is this? How soon is this before the murder or the death or whatever? Can we up this to 1.5 speed or 2? No, I'm sorry. It gets so awkward to listen to stuff at higher speeds. I do it for utilitarian purposes sometimes, but not. No. I want to hear this. I want to hear what they have to say. Hold on. Making sure Cord is on a short break. Maybe. We're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. So I wonder if this is like after a recent fight with John. I mean, weren't they just talking about, like, she and John talking about hanging out with him because they like to hang out with non-couples. He's being invited over. I think this is only within a couple days. Nick's too slow in the mind for that. That's right.
Don't you have a boyfriend?
I've gone retarded and I can't follow it.
Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that?
Why are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Yuri, what's wrong with you? There's a comma there and a question mark. That's the only sentence this gets written correctly. Salty C with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for bringing people into the channel and giving them a nice little green tag. I hope any of you guys who got a membership gifted from Salty C, if you go ahead and share some thanks with them. Amy Curtis sent 5 memberships as well. Really appreciate that. Y'all, I'm happy with gifted memberships. Let everybody in. Let them play with the badges and stuff. And as we go on, maybe I'll make Ryan do stuff with memberships and incorporate them a little bit better into the show. Yes, Cord is on break, Jocelyn. So what we are doing is we're going back to these texts that I missed while I was on a plane. Yuri Boo Kennick or whatever is reading these texts. They're the text between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins.
That Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
This guy's like, please talk about my boner. It's like, come on, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever,
whenever. I'll be right there. When? Come, just tell me. This guy.
Whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
You didn't close the deal after that text message exchange? She's like, come over. What do you want? All this stuff. It's like, oh, I'm glad you came over tonight. Yeah, me too. What do you want, Karen? What do you want? Like, philosophically.
I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that.
You know what I think's hot? Apostrophes. Have you seen what Higgins looks like? No, so this is Brian Higgins, right? Brian Higgins, Karen Reed. Oh, wait. It was showing me Yuri, and I was like, oh, God. Wait. Is this round fellow? No, this can't be the guy. This is the guy? Someone said Karen Reed was smart, but I don't think she knows the definition of the word hot. Like, okay, nope. Ladies in chat, I need your help. I don't understand any of this stuff. So, preferably from the ladies or the couple gays that are probably out there. What up, other ladies? Is this Brian Higgins chap hot as used by Karen Reed in text? Would out of 10 or hot from standing by a pizza oven? Just no. I'm a gay. I like them old and dumpy looking like that. Why would you say it like that? Don't be funny. You gay people can't be funny because when the right-wing revolution comes, you're all going to be suppressed and I'm not going to feel bad for you. But if you're funny, I will. So stop that. Right now, he's bowling 64% on just no, not hot. He's in the other 26% hot from standing by a pizza oven. Wood out of 10 is at 6%. We get 7%. Some people out there might like some like his authority and power, I guess. Like his suit looks nice. I like his tie. Yeah, I'm not seeing it though. Like I don't know. I don't want to have sex with him. That's kind of how I judge these things. What is happening?
There is no way to read these messages and not know I was trying to get that Crohn's ATM with Porky. To claim it wasn't flirty is retarded.
Yeah, it's absurd. Of course it was very, very, like, these are obviously very flirty. The absurdity of that is now gone on me. Now I'm just hooked on the story.
That just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps.
I'm hot for
Knock
the
it
hillside.
off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out?
Oh, she's saying that she's a Canton like 7 or whatever. Right? Like she's hot for the hillside, low comparables, like she's real estate. See yourself better.
Yes. Are you? Def.
Okay, so there's like obviously some sort of kissing or something that happened with the walkout. Like, are you glad you walked me out? Wink. You know, wasn't that nice? Oh yeah. Yeah, girl, I'm so glad I walk you out so good.
Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? We kissed, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling.
She's got better riz than him, right? Like she's like, we kissed, right? Like I was magical. I can't believe it. Finally happened. That's supposed to be his line. What a dork.
My house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right?
You started it.
Why did you get my number?
She started it.
And each out of me and each out to me. Still have not told me.
No, she did because she thinks you're hot. Like she said that multiple times. I think 3 now. Can't believe it. Well, I can't, technically, like as I look back at him, I realize that he has to look at that every day. And so he knows that she's lying. These text messages should not have come out. These show Karen Reed's a liar.
Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual.
A lot.
I just never saw this
Romantic
coming.
word.
Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated.
Oh, no. Don't deteriorate. It's not good from what I've heard.
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up.
That bitch. What was she thinking? She should have stayed alive. Messed everything up. God.
I'm really into pegging, and I love more cushion for the pushin'.
Don't do it, Higgins.
He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious?
Whoa.
No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
So, yeah. Like Karen's probably already described your butthole to her. Bro, it's going to get around. But again, I don't think any of these people are surprised that all of them are banging. Like, I just don't. It's funny because I had no idea any of this happened. And I'm smelling this out from the start. I don't trust any of these people. They all smell like they haven't had sex in a long time. And we're about to start. Do you like me? Check yes or no. Seriously, it's the most juvenile.
What does that mean?
Line of text.
I was jealous that she had your number. Look.
This dude is a law enforcement investigator, right? Brian Higgins? Like, who is he? Let me. An ATF agent. Like, this is a guy who's in charge of protecting, presumably protecting you from the dangers of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. He sounds like an idiot to me. I don't know.
Like you're
But I write
either
really
all
flowery
in or
text,
you're
so.
out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are
would
you?
you?
I told you, Canton PD.
That's a lot of promises, buddy. Don't write checks your body can't cash. That thing looks like an old truck.
Office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows?
Well, yeah, I got to kill my boyfriend first.
Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water.
Okay, so court just came back from their break, but immediately went to sidebar. So as soon as it comes back, I'll bring it up. But right now, it's just like there at sidebar. So you can see that. We'll do a couple more of these as we wait. Play the video. Bad YouTube. Bad. It's right there. Play it. There's a circle of death going.
Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation.
Not good.
I am very close to his niece. It
Wait,
is
what?
a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends.
One of our friends. These people are plowing the shit out of each other, just all over the place. Why does everybody think I'm crazy with my theory that there was some sort of proposition going on for some extra relational activity? I'm 100% right on this.
Just got a message from Kurt, and he rates Higgy Baby as super sexy hot. He hopes I get locked up so he has a chance to break booties with him.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
It does. He should never have done that to you. Did they bang?
Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry. I was just saying.
You could replace these two with like 16-year-olds. Like you would have no idea that these are adults in their 40s texting. It's amazing.
Asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay. I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay. Hear you loud and clear, Cam.
All right. I get it. It doesn't matter so much. Keep telling me about it. He's like, let me describe how it looked. Like you went. So she goes down to the hotel lobby and he's all over there. He's all over their friend. Sounds like getting handsy. Who? How many of you guys make out in hotel lobbies? It's on my list of things to do now. Now that I know that everybody in Canton's okay with it.
Karen? Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
We are back in the court. I hear voices, so we should be not looking at the fan in just a minute. Manny Cases, imagine being this cringe when you're over 40. I mean, no, you're going to be way better cringe. You've had a long time to learn to write stuff down. Can't you do it better than them? Oh my gosh.
Session, please be seated.
Did you say Bronca?
May we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Oh, if anybody thinks that cop's going to get away shooting a black guy in the back of the head, that guy's going to be guilty as hell. What are we talking about? See what says I've done it before. Lol, is that skin? No, I'm not even talking about that. It's just like I've seen you guys chat. I don't see a like did they bang as being the way that comes out of your mouth, like that comes off your thumbs, right? You guys are way cooler than that. It's
Sir,
just,
when you
that's
went
what's weirding me out.
Michael
How juvenile
Proctor
they speak.
to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022.
I'm not saying
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted
I'm not
that
saying the
interview
verdict could be
was,
correct, guys.
July 18th of
I'm saying you have a guy shot in the
2023.
back of the head. A jury's going to be like,
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited 1.5 years to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever
right
review
back.
that report
I gotta
to
hit the
check whether
bathroom.
it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Janetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You solemnly swear the evidence you read before the jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
for just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
And how long were you in Charlton?
for a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
That was quick.
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each
This
one.
guy collected his thoughts
It
already.
moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the crime scene services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that day?
He had this voice at
I
6
was
years old.
requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address
He had a
was?
cool low
It
voice.
was 34 Fairview.
What's up?
And approximately what time did you arrive
Who's
at that location on Fairview Road?
Fairview.
It was about
I can't do it.
9:45.
I sound like a loser.
And who did you meet
I'm
upon your
talking with a
arrival?
low
there?
voice.
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes,
Nick
there
came back with
was
a low
Lieutenant
voice.
Tully,
He said,
Sergeant
"Whip it up,
Buchanan,
Imran."
Trooper
I
Proctor,
was trying to do a low
Trooper
voice. I'm not
DeChico,
very good at it.
and Trooper Moore.
But I could add gravitas if you'd like.
And when you arrived there, what were you
Listen
asked
to a
to
podcast.
document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that
Roving
search effort,
Cyclops,
were items located and
an
recovered?
ATF agent.
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So
If sugar cookie
once an
pop tart.
item was excavated,
So happy.
I would be alerted. I would come over. I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
What am I doing?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest
A flashlight.
would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
So what do you recognize that to be?
it's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes,
And what's contained on that disc in those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Why am I swaying like I'm dizzy? Because I am dizzy. Dizzy with music.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Because he's bored as fuck. Yeah, during like the long pauses where I'm waiting for some jackass to open an envelope or sift through documents, bored out of my mind.
Yes,
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Tom will seek to introduce in the minutes at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in a relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman,
He
7752.
prefers looking at the back entrance.
And Trooper, same question. What are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758.
This is
And
just
what
evidence
part of the vehicle
someone's
is this
depressed
the picture?
because they own a Chevy
The
Traverse.
rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
Oh my gosh.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Globe for
Yes,
a
sir.
forehead. to
How
have
many
such
garage
deep
doors
voice.
did
I don't
you
know
observe
why.
there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene
You're trying to
February
show that
3rd
car
at One
didn't
Meadows Ave.
Get hit by Karen
What
Reed.
damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
But low
And
speed impact.
again, both from your
often
view of
don't
those
cause
photographs and
damage.
your in-person visual observations
made
of the
to
Chevy
not
Traverse from
cause
all
damage.
angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Cooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days
Good job,
after
witness. You're not
January
lying.
29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Are you suggesting
Now,
that
as of February 3rd of
repaired it?
2022, you, I believe, testified you
Okay.
were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd
Why? Why didn't you know that?
was the
Or you know him and you
first
don't know
and
whose home
only
it is.
time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was
In your
the one
mind,
to write the
you
report.
took notes of what
in
other
which
people
he
saw
reported
in your
that
brain.
You were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th,
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
He dreams
Nothing
in
further.
8K.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for nothing.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
He could have found the real killer
Dr.
just by
Commonwealth, call
thinking
Ryan
about it,
Balrani to the
and he
stand.
didn't.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can
No
you explain
kidding.
just briefly to the jury sort of what
But
that
you collect
process of certification
DNA rather
entails?
frequently.
So how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry. put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Indiana Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
I'll allow it.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Yay.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section, as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a
Bigger
civilian
bags, bigger
worker
eyes than
or
I
are you a
do.
Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
No, you can't show that.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
The right
I
side is
noticed there was
white.
some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Where?
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Zip.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from
You'd
the
think
back
there'd be a
that
picture
stood
of
out
the
to you?
alleged damage.
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach?
Oh,
Your Honor?
can we show those, please? I really want to see this damage. I do. I'm not being
Showing you a
sarcastic.
photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to present as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140?
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you.
How does that cut a man's arm up like that? It doesn't. Ah! Sorry.
When
Sorry.
you examine
I'm okay.
an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you,
I would
do you have
spray
any way
Brian
of
Higgins
marking
with
the
bleach.
item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you
either one or
memorialize
the
it?
other.
Do you
That's
put
nice.
it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something,
rain dance.
for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes,
Were there other things that stood out to you?
yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Ice creams.
Those
for
were
blood.
negative.
What does
Sounds nice
negative
to me.
mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do
Cool.
you
Good
collect
job.
them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
You would have, or
After
you
collect
did?
the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jim says the glass in the bumper does not
Show me
match
a
the glass
photograph.
they
Do you
found by
recognize
Johnny.
what's in that photograph?
But does
Yes,
the
I do.
glass have
Is that a fair
micropenis?
and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
Oh, there it is. That's helpful.
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you
Sure.
mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker,
Does that bumper have
sorry,
several
this
cracks
sticker
on it, or am I
here
insane?
Is marking where the apparent pieces
That's
of glass
not from hitting
are.
a person.
Is there
And
another
I-
sticker above, or is that?
I'm
just a
not
different
sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes,
Do you know that number offhand
I would have to refer to my notes.
with the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Jim says ARCA posited someone threw a glass at the car and thus it caused damage to taillight. Wasn't there glass retrieved? Or am I crazy? I
Please.
might be
Those
imagining that.
items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel
Of a
or the
drinking
right
glass.
side
Yeah,
of
that makes sense.
Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a
Terrible
close-up
glasses.
photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
How much you guys want to bet the Alberts have 7 glasses?
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
New Odge
Starting
says,
at the
glad you're
bottom,
back, Nick.
what is
Keep
that,
it
ma'am?
up. That's what the Rugy
That is a
is
close-up
for.
of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again?
Wait,
and
what?
Move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
You have another sticker on the top.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hair on a wet surface is weird. People are saying, like, how did the hair stay attached? But like, if you have a wet surface and you don't have running water
Yes.
on it,
What is it?
That is damage
And
that I
your
noted on
hair,
the
it's
rear
just
trunk door of the
adhered to it.
vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage?
although it looked like you'd have a lot
There
of
was some
running
scratches
water.
as well as a
to me.
dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
The scratches and dent don't look like they're caused by a person dying.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here, there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Has Carmelo
below
Anthony's trial even been
Could we zoom
scheduled?
in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
All right, then. Good idea to breathe.
You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask
Damn
you some
it.
questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
I think
Was
the
there
next
a
big one's
designation number
Kohlberger.
for the hair that you found?
Yes,
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
Bye.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two
He's
photographs.
vicious.
You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
Yeah, I know.
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
The Carmelo Anthony trial would be huge.
Piece of hair?
Yes,
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. Alessi is waiting.
144A and 144B.
You give me an expert and I will destroy it. I hate like when you
With the
choke on
court's
like little
permission, I'd
drop.
like to show P173 to the jury.
Jadine says, yeah, they had to get a woman. Only she would
you could
believe
get
that
in as
another
close as
her
possible,
could
Mr.
back
Gilman.
into men intentionally.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
It's always
Yes, I
pubic
did.
hair.
Tell us how you
Like
preserved that
CSI. It's
apparent
always
piece
pubic
of
hair
hair.
and semen.
I
Every
collected
time.
that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
Did you roll
When
it into a
you
doll?
pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
Where are these
That's
hitting
an
him?
additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This
I need like
hair
a
is the
midget on a
apparent hair.
stool to just always be scratching my back.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Screw it up.
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
She did it
A Canton
wrong.
police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
Stop
And
making
have
the
you ever
jokes
watched
in
that
your head.
video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing? and
Who's
then
going to Sally Port?
proceeding
I don't know,
to
the
somebody?
janitor.
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
Don't get me wrong.
I
I
then
can't
placed
do
it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's going to become low income housing for immigrants.
Showing you a photograph?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not
You
overselling my
recognize that
mechanical
photograph?
inability.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon
can't do that.
examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences
Saw
whatsoever
her?
when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Those lights are a pain in
Can
the
you tell
ass.
us what that
Yeah.
is?
Oh, yeah.
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
Yeah.
That's after it's obviously removed
complex
from
thing.
the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
Like it's.
You can take
Oh,
that down,
no.
please.
Fighting with the guy in court.
Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury.
You
and then
believe
remove
it's
it
here?
into evidence.
Did you bring it?
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
Whoa.
May I approach?
Yes.
They say black is
I
slimming on a
realize
woman,
this.
but that's a lie. She did not look that big on the stand. She looks like she's wearing one of those sumo suits under her other suit. What if at the end of 7 you had to wait for them to put gloves on to open the box to see Brad Pitt's wife's head?
You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could
Hold
that
on.
high, please. Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you very
sorry,
much.
spoiler.
You could return that to the box.
Kevin Spacey kills Brad Pitt's wife. It's a new movie, so.
I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
What? You just had the gloves on. Why'd you take them off? Ah!
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, you better get that second glove on. Why would you do that? Why would you take the other? You're gonna have to put them back on.
Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here.
Oh, no.
It's like your time to
No, everything's wrong.
break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah,
Of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
So there you go. We've seen now. Okay. Thanks, YouTube chat. We'll wait and see if we get anything before they actually go off to lunch. If they have any argument, we'll check and see. But here we have. See?
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
We're going on the record, so they must they got something to argue here. This will be good. Right, it's not glass from the taillight. Thank you, Sickend 667. It is a transparent polycarbonate material that is typically shatterproof or shatter resistant, and also like it doesn't cut like glass, which makes the whole like laceration from an IED theory terrible. Court is now in recess. The dictation lady took off her headphones. That's how you know things are really, that's when you know things are getting serious. So here we are at lunchtime. The Karen Reed trial, day 15, after day 15 was canceled yesterday. Kind of a recap of the morning. I don't know the names of everybody, but we've had some very quick witnesses that are related mostly, it seems, to the taillight of the Lexus. And then, of course, the observations about Brian O'Keefe's car and a lack of damage to it. It's always weird when the state is trying to head off a defensive angle that the defense will present but hasn't been presented. Like the jury doesn't know that SUV hit the other car on a video unless they've seen the video. So the state is like heading this off knowing that ARCA, I'm guessing they know by now, they've had ARCA's report for a week, but they know that ARCA's coming in and going to say these things. Whoa. That's nice. Hold on. It's nice hold music they put us on. Gross. Oh, now I have to watch. Now I have to monitor this. I don't want to do that. Dang it. Okay. I am still coughing. I did one of those things where you like, it's a rare thing that humans do, but you just like breathe. I tried that out and it didn't work very well. Like I inhaled a little piece of saliva that was back there. And now that thing is on vacation in my lungs, trying to make me die. And I really hate it. Anyway, so the state has to head off the defense's argument that's coming about this. Like, no, she backed into this other car, which explains damage to the Lexus in a way that's way better than, for example, saying that they hit a man. Because it doesn't look like that car hit a man and got damaged. And it doesn't look like the man that got hit was damaged by the car. It just doesn't look like it. And I'm so confused because they're showing like little bits of glass or whatever from the taillight. Okay, so I can accept that the taillight striking him, I guess, causes it to break, even though that's very unlikely. But all right. What I have trouble accepting is there's not enough damage on the car that I've seen, and they haven't explained to me how damage down on the bumper causes sufficient head injury to murder a man. Right? Like that's missing somewhere. And really the hitting anywhere, it just doesn't make sense. Like, okay, how did this impact cause him to fall? Even if you go, okay, well, maybe fell and hit his head on super hard grass, which I think is bogus. If we were to look at the temperature, it takes a really long time for the ground to freeze because there's a lot of it. Again, this is like the thermal mass argument that I was talking about. But so you have to have a sustained below freezing temperature to have rock solid grass. And it doesn't sound like they did at the time, which is fine. But like it's a mess in the state's theory. So they're still not showing me how this impact occurs and in what way this guy either he doesn't sustain catastrophic injury and it looks like a fluke that maybe hit his head on something, or how there just doesn't seem to be any impact to the car. And I'm guessing we're not going to see anything about how the body was affected outside of the hematoma and the concussion that happened wherever the injury for that is located. I'm not sure. But it doesn't seem like we're going to see that. So this is still very strange testimony. It's just like, no, this other thing that they're going to talk about definitely didn't happen. That's how most of the testimony today has felt. They have to tackle it. But people have asked about the strategy of when you call witnesses. This is the middle chaff, right? They need to get these facts out there because they need to be on close. They need to say, like, the defense is going to try and tell you that she hit some other car, that she didn't hit John. But we know she hit John. She said, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. They need to have the facts to back that up. And they do with this forensic analyst. Now, obviously what I'm looking forward to today is Alessi coming in and just beating the shit out of her on this one, because there's no way that broken tail light is consummate with the injuries that John sustained. There just isn't. And finding like a little piece of glass here and a little piece of glass there. People are saying, how did it survive the tow? The towing or whatever. It's like, I don't know how it did, but forensics is built on the fact that things do. So get that out of your, stop worrying about that. Pubic hair on the back of the car. You'd be surprised how often stupid stuff like that happens. It's just because there's so much surface area of a car and so much general contact with, your clothing or anything else that this stuff gets transferred. And it's like, oh, how did a pubic hair get there? It's like, well, I don't know, but it did. So something got there and stuck there. So their job is to try and find out when and where it came from, whose it belongs to. The same thing you do with, like, every time I find a pubic hair around, I'm like, oh, whose is this? It's probably not mine, I guess, when I think about it. If I find a pubic hair around now, I'm very, very suspicious. I wasn't 10 minutes ago. No, but forensics exists to find these little things that it's not a whole bush of pubic hair like it could be. It's just one on a whole car. And like that it's those things that you go, okay, well, yeah, someone wiped down the car. They tried to obscure this, but they missed something. That's how forensics works all the time. So that doesn't really surprise me or anything. Just because something's unlikely doesn't mean it didn't happen. In fact, what we're often observing with forensics is that something, or like forensic collection, is that the unlikely did happen. And I could get into the like philosophical, statistical reason as to why that should be expected rather than unexpected. Just the sheer amount of events that are going on all the time, we should expect like lots of them in their own individual rarity to happen with frequency. But this doesn't matter. They find a pubic hair. If it belongs to John, then that's interesting. I don't know if you can hit someone so hard that their dick hair falls off, like with your car. Like, that's cool, I guess. Wow, she blew him out of his own wiener forest. But stuff like that happens. And that's the job of these forensic teams. Like, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for the connections that other people, that the rest of the investigation can't find. They use specialized equipment, specialized searching techniques. I think they use a lot of intuition. There was video the next morning of her brother wiping snow off her car. What if it was just a prank and he was like, I'm going to put some pubes on Karen's car?
Nick, you ignorant slut.
Yes.
The jury saw the video of the car bump during cross of Sergeant Goon.
Well, I missed it. What day was that? I was probably just like zoning out. Let's see. Here we go.
I had to order all 15 flavors of ramen for our wife and make it for her every time I say Aaron's name. She won't agree to make up sec BF. She prefers Aaron's cum.
Wow. That sounds very rude. Next, I guess. Okay. So we have these. So when it was Thursday or Friday. Well, yeah, I wasn't here. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that testimony. Don't hold me responsible for things that I could have done, kind of, except I was busy the whole time. Let's see. Do they know if it's a pubic hair or head hair? I don't know. It was just small, so I went with pube because it's also CSI. Like, there's always pubic hair and semen, maybe blood. So here we go. What caused the gash on the very top of his head? The very top of his head. Okay, see, I'm not aware of this injury yet. I want a medical examiner. I mean, they've brought the paramedics out, but I want the medical examiner. I'm only aware of the hematoma above the right eye. I know that there's another injury. I'm just not familiar with it. Let's see. Here we go. But I have Yuri's we have Yuri's text messages back. Like, we are on lunch break, so we can continue through these. I find these rather amusing, personally. I don't know. Hopefully you guys do too. Kevinowski says, how much glass would have still been there after the vehicle was driven away, then hauled to the garage on a flatbed? He said, the field of forensics generally exists because the improbable is found with frequency. And again, any individual piece of forensic evidence that's recovered, or like, I keep saying forensic, but it's often forensic evidence. I don't know what else to call it, but each unlikely piece of forensic evidence that they find just remember that no matter how unlikely it is that they found it, there were a million pieces of evidence that didn't get found or didn't get transferred or didn't get left behind or got swept up or got cleaned away, right? Like it's the fact that what's left behind is the 1 in a million. That's what they found. So it is really unlikely for a piece of glass to survive on a bumper, but they found one. And so now they have to deal with it. They have to try and piece together where it came from, match the materials used to, in this case, to the, I guess the taillight material that's used on this particular Lexus and that particular housing. So they have to do all that stuff, but they have to, or try, or find out where, if the piece of glass even came from the car at all. Like someone was saying, there was some glass that ARCA is going to say looks like may have come from a drinking glass, and we have a broken drinking glass. It's already been introduced as evidence. And ARCA has a theory that, a drinking glass could have been thrown, made contact with this housing, and broken the taillight glass. I don't know. But here we go. Let's go back to these text messages that we have for a little bit.
Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Thong? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all.
Oh, why are you getting your thong all twisted up over simple questions? Okay.
What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing.
What do you want
Do you
from
want
me?
anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG.
This guy is trying to ask for it like so hard, but he's very nervous about it. Do you want anything from me? I guess I would hang out. He doesn't want to put down in a text message like, I want to give you the business. But that's what he wants. She's like, oh, gee, thanks. I would love to hang out. Yeah, we can watch Golden Girls or whatever.
What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None
Big
of
tough
us is
ATF
married.
agent.
True. So game on. We can say whatever we want.
Whoa. Say sluts. What's taking you so long? Yuri, start reading again. This uncomfortable silence.
Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure.
Only blacks.
I hope you toss
Whoa.
and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why?
I hope you toss and turn tonight. That's a weird one for me. I mean, I can think of some reasons one might say that, but it doesn't. That's just a strange one. I don't. Because you're fresh? Why'd you say that? This guy's. He should be noticing the red flags all over her. Why'd you say that? Why would you say that? Why would you ask that? Why would you do this? Why? Why? You don't want this, brother. You don't want this smoke. Don't do it.
Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
Ew.
Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet.
Ew. I could be so sweet. You can imagine this guy, hot dog in hand, telling her how sweet he could be. Oh, yuck. I just, like that really ruins the moment for me right there, is pulling this guy back up. Those text messages get so unattractive so fast. I could be so sweet. Oh, can you? Thanks. Come on.
I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck.
Oh, that's a lot of
I
surgery.
had no idea. Are you okay now?
I'm fine.
I never get what I want, just what I need.
Whoa.
I am okay.
What do you need?
What need to be content?
No, what need to be content? She's content now. She belongs to the internet.
What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy.
That was a weird one. Again,
You talking riddles.
their flirting is very weird and stunted. Like I don't follow it sometimes. Like that was like he's like, oh, just whatever you need to be happy. She's like, oh no, I'm always happy. Like I'm good. It's like, well, what are you doing? What are you talking to him for? What's the purpose here?
Just tell me why you contacted me, huh?
You're never getting
What's
that
the big
answer.
deal? I told you. Just think you're like me.
Doesn't
What does
make
that mean?
sense.
Like you want to hang with me? You
What?
asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah. I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want?
So this guy's got to be sitting here thinking, like, is he the hammer that's going to be used to bludgeon John, right? Like John O'Keefe. John stepped out on Karen. Now she's flirting with this guy. She's kissing him after she saw John making out with, with some other girl in the hotel lobby. Like, is this guy revenge guy? Like, is that what's going on? And I think that's probably why he's asking over and over, like, why are you doing this again? Like, what's the point of this? And she's like, oh, I just think you're so hot. Like, you're so hot. He's like, no one's ever told me that before. That's not real. He doesn't believe her. And I get it. Like, I'm not saying no one wants this thing, but it doesn't look like it's because of his dashing physical appearance, right? Like, I don't think I'm crazy on that. He just looks like a dude. ATF, he's got a good stable job. He's probably got a nice commanding presence or whatever for someone. I don't know. I'm sure he's someone's type just fine, but like she's sitting here like, I think you're so hot. He does not believe that for a moment. So now he's wondering, like, I must be the bludgeon to come back, right? I'm going to be the reason John's annoyed for the next several months. That's what I'm getting out of this. So we have Jadine says the text exchange was like dating on the spectrum. It's like, yeah. I just can't figure out why their conversation is so stunted. I mean, you'd think there'd be a little bit of eloquence to it, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Why are you being sensitive? I'm not, kinda, never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? Got a list of things. Some of them you may approve of. Some of them you may report to my superiors. Play. You can do it. I believe in you. All right, I'll refresh this. Why are we? Come on now.
No?
There we
I think
go.
you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table?
What
do you want ideally? The real deal.
The real deal.
Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
I want the real deal.
Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m.
Just for kicks. Welcome to
So
Lawyer
you like
Status.
Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th,
A bottle of Henny.
7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
Who are the Currens? Or what are the Currens? I'm going to look it up. Karen Reed Curran. I'm guessing, obviously, that this is some person. Who the hell is the Currens? Who are the Currens? Christopher Curran, Carrie Curran, and Nicholas Curran. So they went hard today. I'm not sure what that means. And then she sent a picture that's been redacted. They went hard doing what? Like, were they playing basketball, golf? I don't know. It's God. Yeah, the Currens are defense witnesses.
I
did
am
see
heading
that.
for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap?
Oh my gosh.
Haha. What does that mean?
Dude.
Usually means, what are you up to?
This guy sucks
Cute.
at this.
I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything
Puts it in
good?
quotes. What's
Nothing
on
on tap.
tap?
Shame.
Like that ass,
You were a
right?
ghost yesterday.
Guys.
I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy. Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poll. Got ya.
Trying to say tadpole.
When is the next party? Poll. Oops.
Oops.
It's all relative. What poll and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege.
I like how the cute language is just getting shot down by each of them. This looks like she's using him to get back at John. Like, that's what it looks like to me. There's no chemistry between these two at all. It's embarrassing.
The better parties are at my house. No kids.
Whoa. Wait. I'm sorry. Why am I getting yelled at again for suggesting that there's a swing party going on? The better parties are at my house. No kids. They like, she and John like hanging out with solo people, not attached. But they not hanging out with solo people alone. That was really important because it wasn't like, she's like, oh, we like hanging out with non-couples. But there was another guy invited to their house that same Saturday that Brian Higgins is being invited that they mentioned. So it's not like they just invite one other unattached person, hang out with them. I mean, I guess they could do that. But looks to me like they're casting a net. Call me crazy. But she's hosting the good parties.
Why are they better? Well, first, BC There's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways. I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged.
Whoa.
I don't know your routine.
Like, obviously,
I
he
didn't use
doesn't
the
want
word
John to
engaged,
see
did I?
the messages.
Engaged as like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No.
Are you being fresh today? Like, I remember when fresh was like a thing, like, oh, that's fresh, like back in the 90s, I guess, or late 80s, early 90s. I think I learned that from Corey Haim or whatever before he died. I'm joking, kind of. I don't remember. But fresh used to be a word, something like that. But this is like a little bit weirder. Are you being fresh today? And again, this comes across so robotic and stilted. It's like that movie Oblivion with Tom Cruise. Like, are you an effective team where the alien can't communicate just right to the humans? If something's always just a little bit off. Are you being fresh today? Very weird.
Now that you sobered up.
Stop drinking.
I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still T trouble.
Wait, how does?
Why am I?
Why capital T? Is that a Music Man joke? Trouble with a capital T and that rhymes with P and that stands for pool. Stands for pool. Why did he put the T in quotes? I don't get it.
Just playing with you. What
There's
is
got to be
that?
something there that I don't understand.
With a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in the middle.
Gross.
What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good. Yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell?
This guy really is great with the intonation. I'm really feeling these texts and the emotional delivery.
Tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun.
Whoa.
How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house.
Did she already pound the bottle?
I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there.
I go through the Henny fast. This girl's walking around white girl wasted all the time. You could tell. Like, I'm so much fun at parties. Right.
I can as
Sure,
a
Karen.
veteran. My conduct, I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you.
Barb Hildebrand says, why do you find it necessary to fat shame everyone? Because everyone should lose 20 pounds. That's why. Minimum. Most of you more.
Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq.
Chillax.
I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army.
The Army's Army.
I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod.
I'm only normally sensitive.
I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad.
Well, I mean, you are bad. Come on, Karen. This is bad. These text messages are a little bit bad. I think they don't look like she wants to kill John or whatever, but she is trouble. She's talking to this weirdo, and I do think she's taking advantage of him. I don't think she's actually interested in him, but I could be very wrong on that. I don't know these people at all. But he's just like, he is so suspicious here. And I have to trust his ATF instincts.
I, Nick Riccieta, am getting turned on by these text messages and would let my wife sleep with him while doing coke off her.
I don't think so. Certainly not getting turned on by these text messages. Oh my God.
I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive.
These have all the
Please.
romanticism of having your balls
I am
stapled to the
not.
table.
Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable.
Look, I haven't fully planned out the amount of whiskey I'm going to drink tonight, but I will. I will do that for you.
Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet.
He means in the future.
Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long.
Long.
Influenced? How?
Long.
Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight?
It's like, I want to influence you.
Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18?
That's a lot of rooms. Oh.
What?
Way
Why
different.
so big?
Why so big? Why so big?
I don't know. It's an old
Why that's such a
colonial.
big
It
head?
has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you?
Curtis ordered these texts on Audible. I hope he takes notes. I really want him. Oh, man. That would be funny. I think that'd be funny to do in private. That wouldn't be funny to do in public, but it would be funny to get a handle on, like, to get a hand on Kurt texting, like, and going for it. Like, even I have limits on, like, I wouldn't want to do that, like that, because I think it'd be pretty embarrassing. But I do have, like, my own morbid curiosity about that. I think that would be a good read.
Moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust.
I only go into dust.
Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot. Why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids.
Oh, that wasn't going to work.
In this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing.
Oh, no, guy, you
Well,
can't
of
do
course
this.
He is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister.
Okay, so now she's transitioned him, right? Like they're having this flirty, playful back and forth. And now she's like, oh, yeah, here's the thing with my current boyfriend. And now he's like, no, yeah, this is good. This is not good for you, Higgins. She just pulled the old switcheroo on him.
I know how you feel, kind of.
He got friend
I
zoned
was married,
immediately.
and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you.
But you're 42, so that's unlikely.
He got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did What did
Octavia exiled rips? We need to work on your sexiness, Higgins. Yeah, I have her classes. The class is just going through these text messages and saying, see all this? Don't do that. I don't know what else the answer is, but it's not this.
he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel. And she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure.
And then he goes right back to it. Did they bang? Like he's like, I gotta know. I gotta know if they banged. Specifically, can you word it in the parlance of someone who would use bang? But and she's gross, which I think might be worse. Yeah, of course that would be worse. Ah. If she were hot, I guess you'd understand. But like, well, I don't like it, but I mean, I guess I see it. You know, it's like, oh, she's gross. Who is it? I want to know.
Oh God, did they bang? So I was the kids
bang. I really want to know if John banged.
Celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose.
I don't think it. I think they're okay with a little cheating.
You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Sorry for the rant. That wasn't that much of a rant. He's drinking water.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable.
Oh,
I am,
she's got you
but I have my
there.
work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way?
Oh, this is sad.
That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
There's a lot of projection going on here, right? Like this is her.
I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses.
This whole thing is her fight with John. Okay, so this is what, January 19th? What date is she texting with John like all day in this forever fight? Like when is that? Can anybody remember that? That's the night of the death. What day does he die? Was it like the 28th or something? 20th. Okay. Thank you, Jocelyn. I thought it was somewhere around there. I just couldn't remember exactly.
The evidence will show that Higgins went to Kurt's school of wooing women for men who have a micro penis.
Yeah, if he offers her some pizza casserole, I'm ripping my shirt off and screaming. Like, it'll be embarrassing.
Excuses.
You want to try my mom's pizza
casserole? If I don't
casserole?
want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses.
I don't make excuses.
Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink.
Why?
You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun.
What would probably be fun? That last statement that doesn't make.
I think I see you about once a week at a bar.
The
No,
bar?
not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up.
Mind you, he can't drive his work truck under the influence of alcohol. But his personal truck, if he had that, it would be just fine. He has no problem with DUIs as a concept, or engaging in them. It's just he can't do it in his work truck. That would be a real shame.
I have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know.
So she invites him to stay over, says there's 5 bedrooms. Wait, isn't that John's house though? Or is this, I'm not sure if it's her house or John's house that she's inviting him to, but pretty interesting.
I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny.
Grab the Henny.
I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said.
How many days
when you
is
were
this?
drinking Hennessy. Haha.
Ah.
Jeez, I just
This
explained
is her house in
everything,
Mansfield.
I thought.
Okay, thanks.
Wow. You get angry easy.
I do a lot of things easy.
What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today.
I
Okay.
believe both of those,
I
Karen.
don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking.
Dude.
Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what.
Ladies, just remember, don't get your thong all twisted up. How does he sound? I want to hear his voice real quick. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I got to get this guy's voice into my head for this. Let's see. Okay, just for a second, let's take a peek at this.
To the Canton Police Department that morning.
The morning when I left 34 Fairview the Friday into Saturday.
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday to Saturday. That's how all these texts sound when he's actually saying them. That's how they sound. So hold on. Dude, I'm just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Like you knew exactly how that was going to be, right? But don't get your thong all twisted up. So that's the guy saying the sexy stuff to you, ladies. Oh man, that makes me happy. Everything about this is a
The
nightmare.
question was, you have no impact on my thong?
She just emasculated you right there. You have no impact on my thong. No.
I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree, but you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions.
You do ask dumb questions.
Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally.
Right.
Do you plan on leaving him?
You plan on leaving him?
I'm sorry. I don't think they're
Plan
dumb.
on it?
It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, my birthday. I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed it a text every school day at 4 and 4:30.
At least you're talking about it as a kid. Oh my God. She was watching the Brady Bunch
I meant
now,
what
just
day
threw in the
was your
garbage.
B-day. I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth.
Do
yeah,
you?
I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before.
False. No one ever has. This guy has been this days and days and days and days. And he's like, I still don't get it. He's like, because if I'm being honest, I don't see it.
True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. You seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like.
You said he was hot
I am
earlier.
a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school.
How are you a ton of fun? Don't you guys want to know like what this guy he's like, look, I'm gonna blow your socks off. Like, how is this guy a ton of fun? All I've heard is like, do you want to go grab a drink at a bar, and did you kiss me? Like, I don't remember. Where's the fun? What's he do? God, he's got this mystique about him. I'm getting turned on now. You're right. Earlier I wasn't, but now I am.
Safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more.
Safe.
Safe?
It's
like
super
I am
fun.
private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally
talk in school. Tell me what you do. Tell her what you do so I can find out. Like, what are we talking here? What is fun for this guy? Can you imagine? I can't right now. I can't imagine what is fun at all for this guy. I don't know enough about him. Their idea of fun is getting loaded and listening to NPR. Yeah, they do an NPR drinking game followed by an NPR target shooting game. That sounds fun. He kills people. No, he doesn't. He's ATF. He just kills their dog. Bowling. Oh, I bet this guy's got a wicked curve.
occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly?
So he just gets immediately called a, I don't talk out of school. She's like, John's kind of like, yeah, he does. That's funny.
None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I'm aggravated. Tonight's party?
You got
Excuse me,
something
tonight's house
that
party
works
or
for
last
her,
week?
at least temporarily. She may want to rub it in John's
OMG,
face
why?
too.
Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh.
Calm down. We all
You
like
just said he talked shit about me.
No, we said
He
you
wasn't
occasionally
talking
talk
shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one.
See, she's using weird manipulative womanly wiles there. She's like, oh, no. He says you talk out of school. Now she's like, well, he says that you do all right for yourself. Like, that has nothing to do with talking out of school. What? Stop it. Just speak like a person.
One negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of
He's
things.
just not as sneaky as
Don't
he
be so
thinks he is, I
sensitive.
guess.
I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in the
You have no
twist now?
impact on my
Stop.
thong.
Nah, my boxers are just fine.
Gay. Why are you wearing underwear? Second, that was your chance, man. You should have said, you have no impact on my thong. Like, that was the line. Oh, I was counting on you. No. He sits there and he goes, no, I wear boxers, actually. Bro, but He makes me mad.
Higgins is a fucking cuck. He had so many chances to score and fumbled it over and over. He's acting like he has a micro penis.
One would think that the AI voice of Ronnie O'Neal cannot get through a sentence without saying micro penis.
Listen here, I may not have an impact on your thong, but that Crohn's disease does, you stupid bitch.
Oh my God. Yes, court's at lunch right now. I feel like Ronnie O'Neal is the father that could replace all absent fathers. Because if the kid steps out of line, he'll just kill him. But he's got lots of good life advice. And the child will always hear it. There's no way they're going to miss it. Let's see.
Your Honor, let the record show that the hoe John O'Keefe was kissing is Marietta Sullivan. John used to be partners with her brother.
Okay, so Marietta Sullivan. We got to look her up, right? I bet she looks like the staff at a Days Inn. Oh, it's deceptive because I can't see Oliver, but yeah, no. I don't know. I don't like it. What do you guys think? I don't know. Like, I've certainly seen uglier people. But I think that this whole area down here is deceptive. I don't think you can trust it. I think it just keeps widening out as it goes down. So I don't think she's my type, but that's okay. She's not ugly. Like, she's got pretty features. Things could have been a lot worse for our hero. That's all I know. That's all I know. He could have been kissing Alexis. So I'll give it to him for now. Again, not my cup of tea, but I get it. I'm surprised. I thought she was going to be 400 pounds.
Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process.
There isn't one.
Kind of insulting me a little.
Yeah.
I am still confused.
He's still in his chapter 1 of his pickup artist book. It's like chapter 1, negging. He's read it 4 times because every time he reads it, he has to set it down. He's can't remember where he was. So he starts the chapter over. Right? That's the whole thing.
Confused why you want to hang with me.
So
It's
he keeps
also out of left
dropping
field.
these little subtle,
No, I am not.
subtle insults.
Are you single?
Yeah, I thought everybody was single. She just said, we're all
Yes.
single. Everybody's single. Nobody's attached
I don't think
to
it's out of
anything.
left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all 3 of them. And the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence.
She's just talking about like some pretty serious stuff, right? She didn't want kids. Now she has kids. John does seem like a dog. He's making out with this one chick, but I don't know. It seems like there's more to it there. She clearly, like on the night that he dies, thinks that he's banging some other chick. Oh no, I said banging. Ah, gosh, gross. I got to shower again.
I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse
What just
your
happened?
situation if we hang out? Fair question. It would.
I missed the text right before this. Sorry. Gosh.
Do my own text walk of shame.
No, I want to go before that.
At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay.
So it sounds like they had a more racy exchange, and then she deleted everything. Right? Like that's what I'm picking up. Is that what you guys are picking up?
So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with simply that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that.
Sorry. I didn't hear the I do not. So I'm like, all I heard was I want to pump your shit up too much. It's like, whoa, gross. Also, get it, buddy. What a weirdo. I go on and on, but I don't want to make you feel too good. This is one of those guys that's stuck in this mentality. He's like, actually, I want to make her feel like a little bit bad. Please don't. You can just hear the women going like, please don't do that. We actually like to feel good about ourselves. If you could just avoid the bad part. And this guy is not cool enough to be like the pickup artist trying to do this. I wonder how many episodes of Fresh and Fit he's watched.
But low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday. And my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up?
Oh, no.
OMG.
Not good.
Great.
Someone's always watching. And always feels
I don't need your
like
drama, dude.
Somebody's watching
No, it's fine.
me.
Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway. Duh.
Oh.
Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG. I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak. I agree.
Okay, so she kissed a gay guy and a chick.
LOL.
It's like,
funny.
look, I'm kissing everybody here. Gay guys.
So now he
chicks.
is jealous of me?
You.
No. I told you,
Gay
he likes you a
guy.
lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more.
I think she's also trying to tell Brian that like John would be okay with it.
I think he is a good dude too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me?
She's giving him clues about that.
You will
right?
just
Like she's
confuse
saying-
the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun.
Keep telling everybody.
So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun.
This really is love on the spectrum, isn't it? No, I'm a lot of fun. I'm so much fun. I'm a lot of fun. Trust me. You're missing out because I'm really, I'm awesome.
Than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
I don't do anything half-assed. Karen Reed's like, damn, I gotta go then. Sorry, that's crass. That was Crohn's. I'm a lot of fun.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh God.
Neither of these people know what to do with each other. What do you want? I don't know. What do you want? Oh man, like I want something. I have to believe that you guys in the chat all have infinitely more interactability and personality than these two. Like I have to believe that. None of this makes any sense to me. If I was having this conversation, like I'd want to eat at Long John Silver's or something. I don't think I'd live through that. And I wouldn't deserve to.
What now? Why, oh God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG Oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny.
Not an effing
Do
Oracle.
you
That
eventually
wasn't
get what
funny.
you want? I told you. Rarely. So you're a quitter.
Yep.
A realist.
And a quitter.
So you reached out to me?
A ballsy move.
Now what? The thing.
Why? Why is it ballsy? I don't. This guy's view of himself is baffling. Like, I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. But reaching out to me, that's a ballsy move. Huh? Just Camelot. Welcome Camelot to the chat. Really appreciate you being here, brother. Of course, this guy is exercising mad game via text message, and I'm glad you're here because you need to learn how to do this. The last 3 times you flirted with me, I was just not having it. Lord of the Reese says Nick's nose is so big that even when he's late, his nose is early. That's true. True is true.
Things that worked the hardest for have meant the most.
Huh?
Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I
Who
already
cares
know
about
you.
Melissa? Do you know if you dig him? I don't think so.
True. But you have a man. I
He's
figured
not
if
much
you
fun.
text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure?
You're just so much man, Brian Higgins. Melissa just couldn't possibly resist you. I mean, who could?
BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. Himself.
I can't take it. I can't take the amount of times this guy has said bang. in reference to sex in this conversation. It's stop. Something about it feels weird. Like if you went to church and an old lady started telling you about how much she likes sleeping with her husband, like at his funeral or whatever, you'd be like, please, no. Like, I like to bang him. He liked to bang all the time.
And I think Lito is kind of a dink. So I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble?
So I'm guessing Lito is Melissa's husband based on the context of that. These people are, it's open season, man. They're just selling tickets in the background.
Accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all.
No, I'm a lot of fun. I'm really fun.
All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way?
No, I don't think most people need to get drunk to compliment someone. It's like, well, yeah, actually all the compliments come my way do start with a little alcohol. That does usually happen. That's how we get them going typically on a normal day.
Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun.
Do you mean it? Do you really mean
I complimented you today, too.
Oh, she's getting mad.
And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how?
This guy uses Z's instead of S's. Still, unironically, like this is a thing he does. This is not the first time there's been a Z placed where an S should be. A grown-up would use an S. This guy's like, no, I'm in the government, and I'm going to put a Z there, and it's going to be cool.
If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now,
there you go. Good job, Karen.
Asking again.
Cool. What a great word.
So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave.
I believe him. This guy's a lot of fun. This is his sexy line. This is where he drops the hammer. He's like, look, me coming there would have been a bad idea. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Can you imagine? Still this guy. You wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Like, oh. He looks like 3-day-old lasagna. Court is not back yet. I am watching. I can't. I don't get it at all. I'm watching this guy and he is awful. He has no self-confidence. Like he cannot figure out where she's saying that she likes him or that she thinks he's hot or whatever. It's like, no, not really. Like, not really, right? Really? No. But then he's like, look, coming to your house would have been bad. You would have gotten turned right out. Girlfriend, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Like, it's amazing. This guy turns into Don Casanova the moment he's not going somewhere. I love it.
Like, now equals
would have been
not.
good. Would have been good, but now
that sounds good.
Now we'll never know.
That's trouble. Why? Because you wouldn't have made me stay, locked me in your room.
Oh crap! Court is back in session.
No, I wouldn't have.
My stupid window got behind. Good job. Good job, me. This big lady's back in the stand. Don't worry. She's gonna eat something.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go back to court. This is awful. Those are the best text messages I've seen in a while. You're good.
Could you explain what those
Or
are?
5-gallon
These
lunch
are two
bags.
small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
Oh, the ranch is in the back under the barbecue sauce.
This item was also located in the bag.
Like, I'm looking for the grapes. I'm looking for the grapes. I put grapes in here earlier. I put grapes in here too. I know I put the grapes in here when I put the chips in here, but I can't find the grapes.
And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach? Yes. I'll take that. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what parts you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from
Please.
the last question?
Please.
You could
My
try.
apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
Internet is
This
a
item was
series of
quantity limited. The
tubes.
swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I am not. I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56?
All these
please?
red cups. Did you have a problem with the fact that there was a red cup and not a proper collection receptacle?
Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then
Me
I
too.
applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
Take that down. Thank you.
Results of the
At some point,
poll.
did you look at clothing?
Brian Higgins
Yes, I
is
did.
Where did you
7%
look
of you
at
found him hot.
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items
Y'all
brought
need
to the crime
therapy.
laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm back. 1 second. Had random internet just going out, so that was nice.
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with
Even you have
clothing being
backup
removed
internet.
from
You
emergency
don't live where
medical
I live.
technicians,
There
so they're
isn't
not
backup
forensically
internet.
relevant.
Chill.
Thank you. If we could turn now to
And do
form
this
of P194.
before. Internet hiccups for me are really, really rare. I don't know what that one was. That was very strange. That might not have been my internet. That might have been my router resetting or something. I thought a kid might have unplugged it. I don't know. If that didn't happen, I just didn't have
Is this the same
internet for a
sweatshirt?
minute.
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference. Is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Oh,
Ms. Gilman,
the cool pattern's not.
zoom in on that right
It
arm,
wasn't.
please.
It's not an awesome shirt. Thought it was cooler.
Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that you keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to form of P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part?
Oh, there we go.
Is that a fair and accurate
My
depiction of what it looked like
earbud
when you
wasn't in
examined
there.
it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little?
He was
in on
wearing
the numbers
that?
On the bottom, Ms. Gilman?
God, cops are cool.
What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
How'd
did you
that
do
go?
Any different than the swab you talked about before?
Any different than the swab you talked
This
about
I
before?
screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please?
Did you screen it and find out that that shirt is really uncool and you shouldn't have been wearing it?
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test,
preliminary and the other one
types of
confirmed.
materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we
What about
now turn
Curious
to the
George's
top
blood?
right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I'm going to start taking off my clothes.
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
Are you sure?
Please.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's like one of those questions where it's like, I mean, I think so.
Exhibits 149A and B.
How does arm get cut? Somebody just tell me.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149.
Like, just let's get to that part. I want to know, how does arm get cut up? What are his other injuries?
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman.
It also looked like he got his dick blasted across the lawn.
Thank you.
Look at that grass staining. It's almost like he was dragged by, and his pelvis was dragging on the ground.
49B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
Looks like he was
I
dragged more on
noted
one
numerous
side.
red
Yeah.
brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
My theory is that he was dragged for at least a
What part
while
of the
by his
pants
right
did you
arm,
note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically
Which
to
would
know
cause
where it was.
extra dragging on the left butt cheek. And then it looks like the front
Thank you. You can take that.
front of him. So I'm betting they dragged him for a while, got tired, and then maybe even rolled him over and dragged him by
Did you
his
perform any
dragged him by his
additional
arms,
testing
or maybe his legs,
relative to the clothing that you examined?
which
that
would have
being
allowed the
sweatshirt,
put pressure on the
t-shirt,
pelvis
and the pants.
area that might have then stained
I
the grass.
performed numerous tests on each of the red brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item?
We-
How
we
would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood.
1 second, guys.
After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve.
Hey, I gotta go.
I also performed an
How about a
additional scraping
9-year-old
and
real quick?
swabbing
Be right
of
back.
the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery.
I don't know why I keep turning the
In
camera
addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witnesses? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant to
Mr. Brennan what we begin. Okay.
pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do I hear Alessi's about to take her to task? There he is. Oh my gosh, he's got the power of 1,000 overthinkers. So I had to help my daughter, and then I was like, oh, while I'm here, I'm gonna make a sandwich because I'm hungry. My sandwich is like a whole salad on it, though. You guys do this? Like the Scooby-Doo sandwich?
exhibits 150 through 153.
In Your Honor, there's one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation.
Does he dye his hair? Yeah. No, actually, I think he just yells at his hair. He's like, "Get darker."
Exhibit 154.
In Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more
Okay.
efficient for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor.
Should have made a pizza casserole. How do you eat on Coke, bro? It's really hard. It's why eating has become so easy. It's frustrating.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need that for us.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No, it's not peanut butter, jelly, and butter.
Sure. Thank you.
If I haven't eaten anything else and I just eat one of those, it's like so much sugar that it kind of can really not feel great on my stomach. So I just got a good old ham sandwich with like some
Good afternoon, Ms.
pickles
Hartman.
and
Good afternoon.
lettuce all over it.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Is it acceptable to you for me to
You were
refer to you
dispatched
as
to the Sally Port
Walrus?
at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
God, I love sandwiches.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
Yeah, so did
were
you do it
looking
here?
for
That
anything
was a question.
possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination.
You spoke about it extensively, so I'm gonna
we're not able
show
to,
you what
and
extension
make
looks
no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw therefore no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett,
Shit, I
that there
haven't,
were
haven't
wounds
sent Joe an invite
on
yet.
the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
I mean, unless he's about
Ms.
to
Hartnett,
break
I'd
this
ask
shit
you
down
to take a look at that.
real quick.
And you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1.
Show me
correct?
any other
Yes, I do.
comparable
And-
thing to this.
You've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot.
You can't
and
do it.
not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm. as
Prosecution
Mr.
should
O'Keefe-
object
Mr. O'Keefe
and say this is
has
beyond the
depicted in
scope
that
of her expertise.
Exhibit 1,
Period.
correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the.
Dumb missed by
vehicle
the state there.
Mr. Lessie, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not, yeah,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I.
I'm not
will
done.
let
I
the
want you to
court know
look at
very
it,
shortly.
Bev.
Thank you.
You look at it
And you
again.
cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that
Sorry, I
would
got mad.
cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
It's important for him to do this because the state wants to leave the implication that there is, but she can't figure that out.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you.
Look at it again, Bev, in your dreams.
Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the
I don't
vehicle.
know, but now I want to know.
With exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part above around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
What area did they ask you to
Do
look at?
Understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking
You don't know
about
anything about
back
cars at all.
of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath, and more a little toward the front.
Curl
Is
under
that
my
what you're
bumper,
referring to
Leslie.
as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right. So the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
What part of you do you refer to as the undercarriage? As a serious question.
Did you
I want answers in the chat.
notice
Is it your chest and
anything
stomach?
of note
Or is it your butthole?
in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling,
I like
that you
her.
discussed
She
on
seems like
your
she could take a
direct
punch.
examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests
I
on
can't
some of
take
the
it.
lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front,
All the way.
the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
I mean, it doesn't
So
really
I did
make
not
sense.
perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening
Have
test
blood
on
in the front,
lower lying
right?
areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to
Just a reminder that supertip.gg
sort of
/
overall what we just
RL allows you to send in
So you discussed
chats and have them read by
certain
various
damage,
AI voices.
To the vehicle.
And it's beautiful.
You have no way, you had
Go
no
check
way
it
on
out.
February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
This is defense. This is cross-examination.
So it's possible that all the damage that you
Get closer.
discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
I mean,
My role
it
as a
wouldn't be
forensic
that
scientist,
interesting to
too,
me.
is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of a vehicle.
I put some biological fluid on the
If
odometer.
you're- But you do
Gotta be
analyze
flexible.
damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle.
Ooh,
No, that's not correct.
So
what did you do on
observed
this
damage
vehicle?
on this vehicle, correct?
Yes,
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
correct.
Thank you.
Why am I so damn horny? I don't know. It's just how it was made. Leave me alone. Why aren't you? Did you ever think about that? Maybe you're wrong.
Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use to
Did you ever
for
take
other
swabs?
purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, the applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
Yeah, how often do you do this? How often are red solo cups your receptacle?
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Holy hell.
Did you
that sentence is
confer
on
with anybody
4x
as to
speed.
what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which Solo cup in the bag that these Solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
Why?
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that
So
to
it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single Solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the Solo cups with the Canton
Ugh.
PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
Seems like there should have
So
been.
as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person. or
We have a
persons
huge
they might
super
relate
tip
to.
waiting.
That is correct.
I'll pull it up in a minute.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains. Oh,
Why? They don't know.
you testified that the remainder of the contents of the Solo cup that you took you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 Solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sally Port location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those Solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the Solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those Solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was
Objection
a Canton
calls for
police officer
speculation.
at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
These are actual
Why is it that
objections that
you
would
believe
should be upheld.
a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear.
It wasn't. It's very bad, Alessi.
Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday,
And what was
maybe.
the
No, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday. Excuse me.
Sarah?
And
You
what
saw
was
it
the
Thursday.
circumstances under which you
Saw it
were
Thursday.
reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry. Yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission. Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was
Where's
one
the
swab
IED that blows the
taken that you
glass
mentioned on
outwards?
direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a
John,
perimeter.
again,
Full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever. it is,
DNA
just
gets
full perimeter
everywhere.
So the jury can see.
'Cause you
the
touch
entire
everything
area
at some point.
That you swabbed.
Sure.
So
It
John,
was
being your
this upper
boyfriend,
right-hand,
likely would have DNA on any of these things.
Red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other.
Take an
area of
ultraviolet
the
light
taillight,
so you can see all the
correct?
DNA in this
Including
room.
the area to the left
None.
of where you just drew the circle.
Why
if
would you
will,
say that?
Correct?
I would just say it's difficult.
do I
from
look
this
like, Nick
picture
Fuentes?
To see if there's what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helped you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
Bill, you
So the
got
inside of
anger
the taillight,
management
to be
issues,
clear,
buddy.
You didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
Oh man, am I exhausted.
In terms of where you did, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot find whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass?
Any glass.
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform
What are you even there
collection.
for?
So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass. So I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to
unless they
what is
have
sometimes
someone
referred to as touch DNA. I know
to
you're
go
familiar
through
with
and
that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
do all this stuff
Yes,
though that
that's
he's
correct.
talking about.
And
Isn't it a good
what
question
is,
as to
for
why
the
not?
jurors', understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So
All right, guys. In a little bit, I'm going to have to step away.
is it
Sorry,
possible for me, as
just
I'm
finding out
sitting
I
here
need to.
talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA?
Lady
on
Raggett said
this
the
podium?
appointment run long, so I got to go do some. I got to go grab my
Thank you, Your
son,
Honor.
and then
Are
I'll
you
bring him right back.
familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
I'll be gone from
Yes, I
a little
commonly,
before
defer
3
to
to
biological material because that
hopefully
is
back
what my
before
expertise is
3:30.
in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
No.
Yes, they are made of skin cells.
And
correct.
Who has
if
skin?
the hand is on, for
Disgusting.
example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you used
Your
the
wife
term
doesn't drive.
apparent
No,
glass,
she
as I understand
specifically has an
from
appointment
science,
today that has
because at the time you're
conflicted.
not really sure what it is.
We weren't sure if it was going
right?
to.
So you use the
but
word
it has.
apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass.
I mentioned
correct?
that a minute
Yes,
ago. That
that's
was
correct.
a chuckling. Sorry.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141
Chase
in
Starler, my
evidence.
barber doesn't
And
work
I
until
know
like
you know
Thursday
this,
or
and I know
Friday.
it's been discussed. Could you just give a
So I
brief
wasn't able
summary
to
of what is
get a haircut
depicted
yet.
in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered.
Always wants to talk about the basics.
You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
In all that training and all of
that those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect.
Hal, you can't impact my thong.
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
D1 and 5 gifted memberships. Thank you.
That the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Big thanks to all those gifted memberships. Really awesome to.
The quantity of the material you observe and collect.
do that.
Also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
Right.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss?
Said they covered
Can
in
you ask that question?
snow or
again, please?
cocaine. Like, what the hell is happening there?
About glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes,
You
apparent
talked
glass.
about what you
You'd think it would
observed,
melt.
You talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work.
Or do you set up to receive a
Yes,
gift?
it's a piece of
It's
evidence.
all
that I
random.
collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
MLS, they're banned in Minnesota because Minnesota hates fun things, which is also why Higgins isn't allowed out
With
here.
Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 1.
That guy's a lot of fun.
If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
With Mr. Woke? Am I a qualified expert on cocaine yet? I should be. I did my time.
With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So,
All right.
2 stickers.
2
and
stickers.
Glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper.
Oh, hey, that's interesting.
From the photo.
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
No.
So if we could, Your
Yeah,
Honor,
that's
with
clear.
your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
I wasn't thinking about it, but look at it. That's a reflection easily. She's like, no, there's 2 stickers on there. No, there isn't. The reflected the reflected image looks better than the main image.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot.
Ouch.
You're saying this is a reflection?
It is.
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
Angel Australia, thank you for gifting a membership. Very nice of you. Went to ICA.
With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture
Okay.
That's kind of embarrassing, isn't it?
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
Where? I don't, but
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question. So
I don't know why that was so funny to me. It's like, we will do whatever you
And
need.
then if I could just see the other sticker, please. Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone picking up?
You're never
So
going to convince
therefore,
me that
we now
Alessi is not picked up by
conclude,
microphone.
because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper.
I think Alessi's being picked up by my microphone.
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together.
He's
So
backwards.
if
It's
I
a
had
backwards
written it,
B.
on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo
You didn't.
show the
You
pieces
didn't
better,
do
or
that.
if it is a reflection.
It's
I
a
can't say.
reflection. It looks exactly like the other.
What we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you
Kind of seems like a garbage
Have
investigator, right? Before the jury. I
any
can't tell that that's a
doubt
reflection.
whether there is a
Make sure you smash the like
reflection
button. We're almost at 1,000 likes. Thank you.
on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility,
Right,
yes.
so you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility?
Yes, correct.
Is
They
it more
objected
than a
on that other one
possibility?
as if it were argumentative, but it wasn't. He just said, sorry, he said, is it more than a possibility?
You
It was
would
objected
agree
to,
that it's
sustained.
important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to these, we can go back to the,
I have to leave in just like 5 minutes here.
none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
But I'm going to be listening
So
along.
by not
my
being
car.
embedded and just resting on the
But I won't
bumper,
be able to jump in, I don't think. Let Ryan be the captain. That sounds
therefore
terrible.
did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Give me more. I got super tips.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it. Ms. Hartnett, there had been various.
How long will I be
weather, before February 1st.
Hoping to be
in
back
the
before
area.
3:30.
Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern?
Should be
from,
back before 3:30.
What is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was in fact that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Oh, wait. Never mind. I don't have to leave. Lady Raggets to the rescue.
Ask it differently, so you need it clearer.
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolf, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolf, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Wolf,
you can
wait!
Go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed.
Gotta open a bag of cereal. 1 second. I think they were Fruit Loops with marshmallows, not Lucky Charms. Robbed of the
If you could
ASMR.
accelerate it just a little bit. Mr.
Those
Wolf,
bags sound
without
so terrible. It's
overly
awful.
Accelerating all that's happening.
Cereal without milk? No, it's not mine. My daughter needed the bag open. That's all. A bed of drugs.
And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever
Not
the white
really.
material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January.
So is video of the
29th,
taillight falling off?
2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
How do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it. Correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh.
Well,
what are you saying?
When do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center is to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you.
Hit the
We
categories.
have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay. If you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers?
Tell me
Ms.
what they
Hartnett?
mean. Oh my gosh. I'm about to lose my mind.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So this is these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood.
Okay.
Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
These questions are like 10 minutes long each.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett.
You need a
testified on
chiropractor,
direct examination
massage,
that you
probably a
located
bullet.
an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the
What else would it
horizontal
be?
bumper,
I guess fur, like a.
but it
a
was
fur.
on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
Patrick Melton wants me to put up his $1,000 super tip.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on
It's
that
got
quarter
sparkles.
panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped.
No.
It wasn't glued. It wasn't stapled.
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever.
Here's some new fridge money. Hashtag Hackmania for life.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
Thank you, Patrick.
In the same general time. Yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What
You
was
can
the range of
hear
time?
this in the
between
background. There it
finding
is.
One versus the other.
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately
That's
2
a
hours.
good
So within
day.
that time
So
period.
within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair. And within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about?
Gotta go
with
get a new mini
regard to
fridge.
Canton, Dighton, Canton. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
No, nobody knows anything about that.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Resistance? What is it, tug of war? Come on. What are you talking about,
With your
Alessi?
Honor's
That's weird.
permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair.
You're sniping me over at NLO.
It is,
I'm
I
gonna
believe we're going to
strike you
start
so
with
hard.
144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett.
Quick zoom in one more time. Thank you, Patrick Melton.
Do you still have a
$1,000
laser pointer, Ms.
super
Hartnett?
tip.
Yes, sir.
Could you
Remember,
kindly
everybody,
use
just the
that
tip.
and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
It's right there.
Thank you. I'm going to
Mm.
refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C?
I mean, I
Then
guess.
if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
Yep, that's
Thank you.
it's a different
And
way.
Isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they're taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No,
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay,
If that would be helpful to you answer your questions, happy to do it.
potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we zoom in if possible to each one so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of this?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Yeah, they're taken from a different angle. It's pretty obvious.
You would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is, the one camera angle appears for who's ever taking the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The
Okay.
570 is.
Why do I care?
Oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks,
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a
Yes,
question.
thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
if you could just explain what you mean by oriented. I think that's where I'm confused.
They're left to right. It's red left to right.
570 horizontally, it's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's
Roughly.
the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5.
Just, yeah, read it from left to right.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in.
Uh-oh.
and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
Is the argument going to be that they're moved?
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from
Yeah, but like
a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible?
So the idea would be that someone disturbed the hair, which
the
means that someone was
hair
messing with the
moved
evidence in general.
when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I don't think, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Tell me if you're
I'd like to
speculating.
see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
All right, we're going to sidebar. That's cool. So X3FR says just show how loosely it was attached and shouldn't have been able to stay on all the time. I mean, I was just thinking the shifting of it would imply that someone was there doing something that was enough to cause it to be disturbed. And you'd imagine that there's activity close by that would disturb the air and move a hair left or right. So someone on Twitter just says, no, Nick's coverage is unwatchable unless you're a retard. Well, hey, what's up, all you retards? Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me today, of course. We're not done. I'm just saying thanks. I like having you guys here. We're almost at 1,000 likes. There's 7 to go. I think somebody can make it happen.
Nick, I hit you up on Twitter. My friend's self-defense trial gets started soon. It's good, all the good stuff, booze, drugs, and video. Look up Scott Sherman, Lodi, CA. I'd love for you to cover it.
Well, that might be cool. Hopefully it's like since it is a normal person, it might be like a fast trial. Your friend's self-defense trial. Did he self-defense someone into the dirt or did he just self-defense him into a hospital?
When April was telling me about your Kalka KK, I had to pull over and put some of my DNA on the odometer. Got him.
Got him. That's a true story.
Kurt is a fat retard. Kurt is a fat fucking retard. Kurt is a fat fuck. My work here is done. Do wop.
One second, guys. I'm trying to take care of something.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure,
we
you can put it
that-
back up on the screen.
Thank you.
All right, we're back. Sorry, trying to take care of things, dilemmas that are coming up.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those 2 depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The 2 depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions.
What's a depiction?
That you're
I don't understand it.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today.
Oh, wow. Goodbye, jury. Nobody wanted you anyway.
Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know.
Disregard it.
With your social media. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the
Please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
Back to sidebar we go. Get out of here, Auntie Bev. Haven King says, do not watch Rekieta Law streams. But that was not actually a negative advertisement. That was the judge talking to the jury, I believe. I'm going to take it that way. Even if you meant it in a mean way. You should watch my streams. They're fun. I'm fun. We're a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm fun. I'm fun. I'm pretty fun. We have fun.
If a damn blizzard didn't remove the hair, how would it move on its own in a fucking garage?
Just remember that thing was probably wet when it came in and it probably dried up. And that would be, you know, kind of like any girlfriend of Higgins. And then the hair is going to move differently, right? Like a wet hair sticks to everything. That's why it's so gross. Hair's the weirdest substance on the planet. Because hair is the only thing that you can make grosser by adding something to it, like vomit or whatever, right? But hair makes the gross thing grosser. You know what I mean? Like if you puke on your hair gets disgusting. But if you have if you have hair in your puke, the puke is more disgusting than it was. Hair's weird, man. Like I've been ragging my brain trying to figure out, I'm like, is there anything as horrifying as hair for this? I don't think there is. If you guys can think of one, let me know. But I'm pretty convinced that that's it. Poop? What are you getting on your poop that makes it worse? That like, or I mean, I guess you're getting poop on your poop. It's very true. That actually, you know what? That just made me very uncomfortable. You guys are right. Poop is like hair. Same thing. Okay, enough of that scat talk. This is not a scatological channel today. I want to get back to these texts while we wait for the court. Where the hell did they go? Oh. The Higgins texts are still here. And if the court comes back with anything, I will definitely bring it back up. Of course. Oh, excuse me. I'm just trying to get everything in the right place. All right, so back to Yuri here. And again, as we close out, if there's the super tip system is there. You saw Melton Melton was paying me for Vegas, so that was that. But you saw Melton pay me for Las Vegas through the super tip system. You too can use the super tip system to launder money. And actually, Patrick Melton was telling me how it's used as a money laundering scheme very specifically, like how you can take something, you can say, look, this is kind of like a cash business, but online, and you can launder money directly. It's very illegal to do that, but he was saying that's what Super Tips was made for. So, and that's what we did just now. That was money laundering right in front of you. But no, so you could do just a text message like a super chat anywhere else. But but you can also have AI voices read those things. You go to supertip.gg/RL. And sorry for the ad, like basic ad on it every now and then, but I want people to use it the most. And so I want people to know that it's there, and it's going to take a little bit for everybody to kind of get used to it. Let's get back to these text messages.
Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever.
Wait, what?
I have my own room in Canton.
I don't share a bed with anyone ever.
Yeah,
He's
I
like,
think
what?
sharing a bed is archaic.
Yeah, yes, that's true. You should either, like, you should just give them the bed, or you should take it back. Like, you shouldn't share it. Sharing it's strange.
Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned?
You sit like to be spooned?
You don't? Not for more than a minute or two.
He's like, don't worry. Not for more than a minute or two. That's my nickname.
Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count.
I don't sleep with someone else around. You don't like be spooned? This Yuri guy really sucks at reading. He didn't sound this horrible when I was listening to him yesterday, but man, does he suck at reading. Or 2 days ago.
So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor.
No, you can't.
And I wake up almost hourly.
Liar.
Which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay.
I don't think they care.
Bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. This guy's amazing. How is he still having this conversation with her? I don't know. His whatever natural charm he has in person must be phenomenal, because like lines like this, like, holy shit, that's just straight throwing down and being like, yeah, I am talking to Melissa, was what he's saying there. Because earlier he's like, no, whatever. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that.
She knows it for a fact. So I guess what? How many nights has she spent with Melissa? This is a sordid affair, and no one's going to convince me otherwise. These people are all dick deep in each other.
She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon.
Whoa.
Whatever.
Damn, it's hostile. Hostile. But he made that guy's like, gotta spoon the old bag.
Lighten up, Francis.
There we go.
Let me know when you figured you're shut out.
Okay,
That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I?
Yeah, he's an Army vet, but if he hasn't seen Stripes, it's not really going to help. You can tell he's getting kind of pissed off here, right? He's being strung along for days. Let me know when you figure your shit out. This is a huge waste of this guy's time. Except, like, I don't think he has anything else to do.
Combat vet.
He hasn't.
I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine.
Why would you lock her into that statement? That seems like a terrible plan. It's weird. It's like half the time it feels like Karen Reed's the guy in this, or the like. I hate the stereotype, but the more of the pursuer aggressor of the discussion. I mean, she seems like the dude thirsting after the Tinder chick. Like, but now he's like, I'll lock you into just hanging out and talking. He's a fun guy. He's like, this guy's a lot of fun.
Fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because
the Heisman, like college football, I'm so confused. Clearly, you're trying to give me the Heisman. I really don't. I don't get it. Like I don't get that one at all. That's so out of left field for this conversation. Heimlich? The brush off? Oh, I guess like if the Heisman hit, right? Maybe I guess that's it. That's some old slang though. I didn't know people used that.
Because I've tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday.
I like how he's like, I could go on and on, just talking about how like great he could describe her, but he didn't, and he doesn't seem to be able to at all. This guy seems like he does his taxes in crayon.
Yeah, with zero heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink.
Yes.
If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record.
For the record. Now she turns it back. This she could, at the time at least, seems very emotionally unstable.
No,
but she
I'm
was just
busting your
cheated on,
chops.
right?
It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm a lot of fun. Really. I'm a ton of fun. I'm very adaptable and I'm a ton of fun. Will you adapt into my vagina? He's like, no, I don't even know. What are you asking? She's like, please get in here. He's like, I don't know what would happen. Maybe we'd get carried away. Like, she's like, yes, I want to get carried away upstairs into the bedroom. Like, let's go. He's just sitting there. I'm a lot of fun. This guy is so funny. Gosh, he sucks. Just like, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. She's like, pound me into the ground. Try harder. It's like, I'm a lot of fun, though. You're the master at avoidance. She's like, get in me. And he's like, I don't even know what you're after. This is fucking crazy. Come on, guy.
I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give it yo
to you. Give it up? You think I just give it up to you? Which one of you is the man here? You're not giving it up. You're giving it to her. What is your problem? This guy's so weird. You think I just give it up to you? Like, no, I really want to. It's my first time. This is this guy. I'm sure this guy has had contact with another person at some point. but she is like getting these guts. It's like, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Like, do you want to go to Red Lobster?
After discussing it with the fatty cum stain investigator, we have determined through DNA anal assess. We have determined the hair on Karen's car came from Kurt's butt.
It's true. When Kurt found out about my leaky butthole, he asked for a straw, pulled down his pants, and began rubbing his fat cheeks all over my car.
All over my car. Okay. All right. Okay. What did you miss? This guy being, I mean, I don't know what his deal is. It's like, but what happens if I come over? Oh, you wouldn't even be ready for it, I bet.
To you, give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset.
Seize the day. For her, it's seize the dick. And this guy's like, I don't know about that. I have a lot of fun, though.
What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct.
Be direct. This guy's dumb.
Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids.
No, not. Yuri, not isn't there. It just says tricks are for kids. Not only is it a massively popular advertising slogan, he's saying it's for kids, like he's not screwing around. This guy's very serious. He's also a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. And now she's like, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. She's like, I'm giving you the keys to the gate, Gandalf. Put your staff inside.
I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah. On my second.
She's calling him sir. She's like, split me like a log. He's like, I want to talk about it for a little bit longer. What would happen if I came over there? It's like, I will show you the light.
Second. Show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me.
He's like, I'd like to tend your mudslide. Like, follow it up.
Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have.
Exactly. He's like, oh, I got myself all worked up. I had to make myself another drink alone. It's like, she is dying. She's like, please give dick. Please, just come over here and hurt me. He's like, yeah, you could have done a lot. Yeah, I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun, though. You're very random, and I'm a lot of fun.
Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy?
Whoa.
Yep, I am. What a crime?
Yes.
Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why?
Why?
Because you this offer on me last minute of.
He's like, oh, you just dropped this. You just dropped this offer on me last minute. I didn't know what to do. I had no idea. So I sat and texted you for a while. She's like, oh, get over here. her feet want to be in different counties, and this guy is just like, I don't know. You're pretty mean. You're very roundabout.
Through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now.
Oh, I bet.
Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Jeez, that's fresh.
Hey, she's like, yeah, I'll do a little biting. I'm good with it.
So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out.
I'm gonna go play my Andrew Tate clips on how to talk to women.
You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa.
This is an ATF agent who's like 50. You tell me, playa, what's up? God, I want to be that cool when I'm his age. How old is Brian Higgins? Oh, God, my voice cracked a lot. Brian Higgins. How old? No, not that one. Brian Higgins, Karen Reed. 45? God, he's rough. Doesn't say how old he is. So all these texts were the 16th to now the 19th. Or he died like, O'Keefe dies like 9 days later, 8 days later now. No, 9 days on the 28th. So she's still fishing here, right? Like, it's amazing. She's like, you only say one like nice thing a day. You want to come over? Or are you going to go work on your stupid truck again? Then nothing. And he's like, sup? Sup? You tell me, play you. Okay.
Just
Are you
working remotely.
Another invitation.
Sweet.
Come over. I'm at home working.
From Mansfield? Yep, you. I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink.
Who doesn't?
Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule.
Tuck Rule.
I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th.
I can wait until tonight. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. I guess that means like he's going to go out drinking. He just hasn't figured out what bar he's going to.
The Higgins texts are funny, but the Proctor texts are absolutely hilarious. If they don't re-enter them, we should watch them from the first trial at some point. They are way shorter.
I've heard they're really, really good. Oh, let's see. Sorry, back to this.
19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7 and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton. Back
Yeah,
to
what was he
Mansfield.
trying to say?
Do I know her name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us.
What is all this drama? Okay. So I guess he's worried about people finding out about him and her since she's with John. But he seems unattached. So it's like, it doesn't seem like it's a problem for him, but he definitely thinks that there's a problem. Like if people see him out with her because John's still around.
I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this.
This guy sucks. I knew you were going to act this way.
Beta.
I knew you were going to act this way. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. I just don't get it. Like, this guy, she's like, here's a Ferrari and here's the keys, baby. And he's like, I'm a fun guy. I'm a pretty good driver. What are we going to do? What are we doing next?
None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John.
I thought you said
and
you
things
could.
are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do.
Yeah, I tell them all like I'm like a really fun guy. Notice I'm still single. I'm really fun though. A lot of fun guy. I'm a fun guy. I'm fun. A lot of fun.
I'm married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt?
She's like, will you please help me cheat just enough on John to really, really let him know how much I'm pissed off? Like that's all this is. She's kind of evil in that way because this guy is just a hamhead. He's so funny. Was that your attempt at a lecture on deductive reasoning? No. No, that wasn't that. I don't know exactly what she was doing, but it wasn't that one. What is he talking about?
Attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think.
Yeah, like 10.
I'm not judging you. Never have.
Never have.
will.
I
You
won't do
shouldn't.
that. I'm a lot of fun.
I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
She's like, will you get in my business though?
You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you might actually like me?
Not at this point. God, this conversation would drive me insane. Would anybody want to be with either of these idiots at this point?
I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend.
It's like it really
That's funny.
wouldn't. It
You
wouldn't be
said
that
we are
big of a
all
deal.
alike.
You should try it.
Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change.
Okay.
Why
are we alike,
Why are we
according to
alike
you?
according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel.
You haven't gone with your gut on any of this. Like, what? You haven't gone anywhere. You're just sitting there texting like a loser in your living room or workplace or wherever you are. Like, what do you? Yeah, I'm a lot of fun. I go with my gut. I'm a lot of fun.
Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true.
She's like,
Have a
fold
good
me in
night.
half.
You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother you.
Sorry to bother young you.
Either texting is bad or you're sensitive.
No, he's
I'm not
bad at it.
irritated at all. I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John, and John and I got on very well at the same time. So I broke it off the other guy.
But now you got trouble at home. She and John aren't in the best spot. He's just- I can just imagine her screaming at him like, I need you to have my back hard, fast, and over again. God, get over here. And he's like, look, I'm a lot of fun.
It was smart of you to downplay the $1,000 super tip from Melton.
You should send another.
Others may see it as a win, but not us.
Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, PayPal, you know the portals.
If I downplayed it enough, he'd be like, no, I don't think I sent it, and sent another one.
He was probably starting to see other people if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad
Noticing a
about
trend.
any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way.
So what's your point? I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
So what's your point?
Oh shit! Sorry, I don't have this.
Are you legitimately interested? I'm happy in your relationship? Mad because you...
She has said specifically she's interested in hanging out with and hooking up with this guy over and over and over and over. And he's like, wait, so I mean, like, are you serious? I'm a fun guy.
Saw him all over another girl, or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone.
Yeah, a little bit.
And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways.
So she and John are not getting married ever because they don't want to be tied down. They like hanging out with other single people in groups. Why is my swinger theory so out there? Somebody tell me. I'm right. I don't care what anybody says.
The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it.
I doubt it. I want to do it right in front of him. I want you to be the guy to do it because people will notice, because you talk out of school, because John will definitely find out, and also he's your friend. I want to do it. I'm really, really mad at him, and I want to fuck his friend. This is not that. This isn't rocket science. He shouldn't have made out with that fat bitch. He should have just called himself a cupcake and left. Now I'm going to fuck his friend right in front of him. It's kind of funny. What a bitch. He didn't have sex with that thing. He was just moving around on it in a hotel lobby, licking it or whatever. Making out with it like it's a pizza.
If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me?
You made some valid points.
You make some valid points.
Maybe I should come over there. I'm a fun guy. Maybe I should just come over to your house for a little bit and we'll hang out and have some drinks and probably accidentally end up hooking up after you put another kiss on me like you've done in public several times. But this time we're at home with no kids and a ton of liquor. And I'm a fun guy, though. A lot of fun.
No shit, Sherlock.
Here's some valid points.
Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin.
We're a fun chat.
Now you have to go below the belt.
Sit on that and spin. Has anyone said this after like 6th or 7th grade? Sit on that and spin. You're not a DJ, man. You can't do that. Now you have to go below the belt. She's even still trying to turn it around. Oh, here we go. Here we go. She did it. She's got him. She's got him. He's talking about fashion again. Thongs and belts.
Love it there. Do you wear belts?
Love it below the belt. I'm
Only
fun
once in
guy.
a while.
I'm pretty good at below the belt stuff, you know. Seen a lot of belts, and I've been below a couple of them from time to time. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. I can't take this. This guy's killing me.
Okay. When I go into the office, okay.
Okay.
Rando. Haha.
I was teasing you.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha.
Oh.
I pretty much wear all black every day. Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury.
Are you getting all dressed up for me? No. I love it. This guy has no idea what's being said in the average message. He's a lot of fun, though.
She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home. Haha.
Why? What's funny? What's funny, guys? I'm feeling very left out right now. What's funny about that? You know, when like everybody else is laughing and you're like, oh shit. What the hell was that joke? I don't know. Yeah, it's funny. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there.
But
Are
you're
you
not
tonight?
there. Like, you show
I'm
up
a
where
beach
she is.
worshiper.
Oh, don't do that to Whiskey, bitch. Oh, God. Carrie's guilty.
Where's that?
Oh, wait, he did that.
I'm in West
He's
Roxbury,
also
a
guilty.
spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had.
I'm a lot of fun.
I heard. I used to rent I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle.
Come on, man. Help. I need a life preserver. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. No, you can't. If there's one thing I can promise the entire world is that you are not giving anybody any beach life that they can't handle. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. You can't impact my thong. Oh my gosh. I'll give you all the beach life you can handle. It's like, I want to have a conversation with AI sometime and be like, by the way, every like somewhere between 10 and 37 lines and make it random every time. I want you to really hit me with a zinger, like all the beach I can handle. I need to know. I need you to pull something out there and really get me with that. Oh, hit me with the Mac.
Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay.
No, I'm not coming out there. It's too much beach for me to handle.
At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon.
Yeah,
I know you're with
not
your
now.
friend.
I'm a fun
I
guy,
meant
though.
My house. Probably after 8.
I know you're with your friends and I'm a lot of fun, but I'm going to stay home. It's cool.
Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure.
Don't want to what?
I will. A drink?
Ooh.
What do you drink? Are you out now?
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'll
drink
drink
whiskey if that's what you're having. Send me a pic of you
too.
too.
Come on. Come on, Yuri.
I figured.
What?
My shot is tight.
What?
Shit. Sure you can handle this.
Wait, where are you?
Please, bite me.
No.
Stop saying fresh things.
You are not on the
Why?
right. You're on the wrong page, Yuri. Or did they skip it? I need to know my shot is tight. My shot is tight. I'm a fun guy. A lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. Sure you can handle this. Oh boy, I handle you like a briefcase. No, you can't. She can't handle you. She can't do it. You've told her she's so beautiful. She can pull any guy that she wants. Like, you sure you can handle this though? Because I've been looking around town. There's really nobody who's got what I've got.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the.
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
No problem.
I apologize.
Yep, too many pages. He's a good detective.
Starting
He's a
at,
lot
I
of
usually
fun.
Drink whatever the person with me is having.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how.
Sub 95 IQ. I don't know how to take a selfie. I don't know what those are. Don't worry about it. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. We don't need selfies.
Whatever. I wanted to see your smile.
When I
I
see
hate having my
you
photo
smile,
taken. Weak. Sorry.
I can
I'm a
face
very
the world.
particular person.
Oh.
What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go
Go
enjoy,
enjoy
your
your
friend.
friend.
Go
Go
clean, your house,
will ya?
My shit is spotless. Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit.
Shit.
Sure you
Sure
can handle this.
Please
bite me. Stop saying fresh things.
Why? Are those
statements tempting? Nope.
Nope.
Oh. Which statements?
Perhaps
you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like three times. Okay.
Okay.
8:30 is too late? For what?
What?
Drink. No,
No,
why?
why?
Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls
in your
court.
in your court. Balls.
Are you gonna give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around?
God, this is the most contemplative hookup I can imagine.
around?
Like, they have not gotten together yet in all of these texts. They have not gotten together. Like, there's that one time they kissed at a bar or something. It's like, get over there. Why are you still sitting wherever you are? I don't get it. Like, he's into her. I mean, he isn't, clearly. But the bouncer will let him right in. He can pass the line, I think.
W. Roxbury. I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right. That repeats itself. I apologize.
Yeah, you should.
So, okay. Should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha. No. Where are you now? Newberry. Do you really want to come over?
Yes.
Only if you want me to.
Can you
take charge?
Yeah, this guy definitely. This is actually a surprise. I thought this guy was going to be a go-getter and really be leading the encounter and the relationship right now. The fact that he just asked her to take charge is, my mind is blown. It is done.
I thought we already settled this. Haha. Okay. Well, I am in my car now, and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay.
Well,
I'd like to know where the
hell I'm
going. Pike or 93? You just don't. You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike. I would
Daub.
Daub.
Say Daub. Daub say.
You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know,
it's like asking a group of 10 women where they want to go eat for dinner and just like, no, well, we could go really anywhere. I mean, I'm fine with everything. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
Anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so.
It's rough out in the street.
Just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving.
Bryant
Road.
That's not an
Text me
address.
when
That's a
close.
road.
Okay.
That's a
I
whole
will
road.
show you
Could be anywhere.
where to print.
I'll
Park.
show you where to print.
That's W Rocks. It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in.
More than a feeling.
Bryan Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey.
And I
Searching for
hear
a friend.
them old
Then
songs they used to play.
add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot.
Screenshot.
Sent through.
Searching for a friend.
First one. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home.
Oh.
Alive?
Oh God, I hope they hooked up and he's like, cool. Any thoughts? I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. How was it? Did we bang? Did I bang you? I hope I
Cool.
banged you.
Thoughts?
That seems
Maybe.
cool.
You? What? You asked my thoughts.
You didn't answer.
You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay,
Those things
I
are
think I
weird.
get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th.
This guy, no answer. Do you have any thoughts? Blank. Like, that's the best way. Anything he said would have ruined that, but just nothing. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Did we bang?
20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi, how was your day? Good, yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us, but I want to drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who?
Who's Hardy?
Hardy from
Hardy.
98.5 midday show.
Show.
He hangs out at the Currents sometimes. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America. Haha.
Go to AA, you
I don't have a
alcoholic.
problem. Kidding. I
I
know.
don't have a problem. I don't have a problem. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. See, I can't figure out if if he's like, God, I'm exhausted. And she's like, yeah, me too. Like, kind of worn out. Thanks. But it doesn't seem that way. It's just like, just woke up. I'm exhausted. Did we bang? Did we bang? I'm a lot of fun.
No.
Yeah, he's an ATF agent. I can't wait till they get married so he can beat her.
Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you.
What date was this? That's not the same date. This can't be the. These are all within the same
I
days.
apologize.
That sounded like something that'd be like
Sunday,
long
January
time.
23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works.
Was it not
Thought
working?
you were all set. With talking?
Talking?
No. You sure?
She doesn't want to talk. She's Carthage and Rome needs to come inside.
Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well.
Oh.
Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
Oh, what a way to close that out. Holy shit. That was a curveball he never saw coming. Damn. All that work. He's been texting her for days like, are you sure? Are you sure? I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. Was this what you really want? John died. Oh my God. So did he bang her? Did he bang? Now that he's gone, did he bang her? That was the weirdest conversation I've ever read. I don't know. I'm kind of messed up from that. I think I need some therapy. That guy needs therapy. He needs help. Holy shit. John died. They say women aren't funny.
Karen offer his fat ass some pizza casserole. He is getting all of his pickup lines from Casserole Kurt and his micro penis.
He's a beta.
Beta. Owen says this makes Amber's love journal looks like Shakespeare. He really should have done this in frantic cursive. He'd be happily married, launching bottles. That guy was like, I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. No, I'm fun. I'm a lot of fun.
All those videos of ATF agents not knowing dick about shit when talking about weapons and drugs makes total sense after these messages. Really retarded.
How many tests do you have to fail to be an ATF agent? That's what I want to know. You're like, I would like to be a dentist. Failed. Sorry, sir. Here's your ATF badge. I still I can't tell if they smashed, but I think they did. I think he finally found his way. He's like, let me find the Waze app and send you a link. I'm a lot of fun. You should come over. I'm a lot of fun. He's sitting there the whole time. He's like, "Are you out drinking?" She's like, "Oh yeah, I am." He's like, "Oh, I should come over there. I should do it. I should be out there." Yeah. Yes, you should get out there. They both said no smash. How? He's a lot of fun. That guy, there's no way that guy didn't close the deal. I think that guy is still trying, like they've still got to be in that conversation. You know that there's more after John died, right? She's like, "I still find you hot." And he's like, "I don't know. What are you up to?" It's like, "Seriously, you're very bangable. And I'm really worried that I'm going to go to jail forever. So I'd like my cell doors busted open," if you know what I'm saying. He's like, "I can't do that. I am still part of the criminal justice system, but I'm a lot of fun though. I'm a fun guy." Man. That is like throwing a softball to Ken Griffey Jr. Like, that thing, he should have hit that thing into orbit. My God. I want to hit on Brian Higgins. I want to see how it goes. Like, in a weird way, like women, I think that he's got like an inverted attractiveness. And now you have to be like, no, I have to see if he's the same. That's how I feel that is. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I'm just gay. I'm not sure. But I think, like, man, if I was one of y'all, I would want to find out. I would be like, he's got to figure this out at some point, right? Take one for the team. Yes, and show us the text when you do. It's going to take days. You have to invest some time in this. And we will memorialize it for the rest of history. She smashed John with the car. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. Come here. What's up? Yes. No, he never replied. That's why it's relevant. I know, but it's funnier to just talk about what happened with all that stuff. But I don't, man. If he would have had sex with her 10 days earlier, John O'Keefe would still be alive. If he would have had sex with her 9 days earlier, 8 days earlier, 7 days earlier, 6 days earlier, 5 days earlier, 4 days earlier, 3 days earlier, 2 days earlier, 1 day earlier, on John's body, like he'd still be alive right now. All this dude had to do was close the deal. It's his fault. Put him in prison. And now you just can't. I'm just baffled. I want to take that guy out and have him hit on an Applebee's waitress and get her phone number and just sit with them and just be like, look, I took the whole week off. We're in it. I'm with you, brother. And I just want to see how he does. I'm not going to help him. How can you imagine just sitting next to him while he's composing these tweets? Like, this one's gonna hit her real hard. You can't handle all this beach house. You're right. You're right. To close the deal, you'd have to know there's a deal. There, it's an Applebee's waitress, man. You got to have price appetizers. Just go for it. Snacks for days. All right, guys. We have a lot of fun here. I'm a fun guy. This is a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun. You having fun? This is fun. This is a lot of fun. Can't get over these texts. Anyway, we'll definitely be on for trial tomorrow, 8 a.m. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I just can't. This texts are too funny. Thanks for hanging out with me today and just watching along. Of course, we'll tell your friends, tell your wives and children. I want their elementary school classes watching this trial. I think it's the most important thing ever. And tomorrow's going to be the most important day for no reason I can determine. So make sure you get everybody tuned in. Also, spend all night, if you will, making SOC YouTube accounts to subscribe to the channel and do the view thing. It's a joke. It's a joke. It just means tell your friends, hit the like button. Wow, speaking of friends, to tell. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Great. I was about to be free from this tyranny, and then you showed up, and I'm like, hell yeah. I'm way happier continuing the show. We're not done, ladies and gentlemen. Stay here a little bit.
I don't know how long I have, maybe 30 minutes or so, but
Dude, so I just went through, I don't know if you've seen this on your own, but
I've been on a motorcycle all day until about 10 minutes ago. So
well, it was Thursday or Friday. I wasn't covering Karen Reed because I went to Vegas. And while they're on the stand, they got this ape of a man on the stand. He's Yuri Buchanek or whatever. And he's testifying, and there's this string of texts between Karen Reed and this guy named John Higgins. And they asked him
where he wants to get laid.
Yeah, but he can't bring himself to do it. He's like, he thinks he wants to get laid. He's a fun guy. Do you know he's fun? He's a lot of fun. He's days and days and days of texting her. And eventually she's like, will you please come over here? And he's like, what would have happened if I came over there? She's like, we probably would have hooked up. He's like, are you sure? Yes, she's sure.
Talking himself out of getting laid.
Constantly.
Classic.
For days. And then the final text is just, John's dead. Like, they hadn't talked in like 3 days. It's like, and then John's dead. It's like, God,
Now's the opportunity. I'm available.
Ruined that whole thing. When he's asking about John the whole time, he's like, what about John? Like, I think you're dating him. She's like, I'm not married to him. And single people can do whatever they want. So I sometimes like to hang out with other single people. And I think you're hot. And have you seen this guy at all? Like, I want to.
Well, somebody's clock was taken down to 0. she didn't have time to waste.
I mean, she's just trying to get. Well, here's what happened. So here's the guy. Hold on one second. Look at that. Look at this man. Like, this is. You've seen Karen Reed. She's not like this isn't a supermodel, but she's not ugly by any stretch.
No, she's a reasonably attractive woman of a certain age.
Right. And so then this guy, she's like, I think you're hot. And he's like, oh, really? Like really? Like, you do? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, I think you're hot too. It's like, that's it. And then all of a sudden he dropped these lines. She's like, I like beach living. He's like, I'd give you all the beach living you could handle. No, you won't.
You dirty little sand flea.
But it is wild to see this. But yeah, so I think there is some speculation there that Brian Higgins may be like, I think I have read speculation that he's a suspect or an alternate suspect, or like could be. He's a plausible alternate suspect. Like, he's trying to get with Karen, but he's very clearly concerned that John will find out. But what happens is as Karen tells him, John had cheated on her, whatever extent. He was in the hotel lobby making out with one of their friends. Like, he got hammered, and he gets on top of this chicken hotel lobby and is just making out with her. Right. And Karen walks in, she sees it. So she's really hurt. So it kind of seems like she's trying to just fuck this guy right in front, like, and make it obvious, like, I can do this too, type thing. Get back at him.
Start a fight.
Right. Exactly that's what I'm talking about. Like, she's going to have sex with this guy. She's like, I just need someone to do this. And she even says, he's like, I don't ever talk out of school. She's like, that's not what John says. So she knows that it's going to get back to John, and it's going to piss him off, and like, that'll be her thing. Like, this is just cut and dry. I'm getting revenge for what you did, and I'm going to do it a little bigger because I need a lot of attention. But it's so funny watching her try to get dick, and she just can't close the deal either. Like, he's like, oh yeah, man, if I was over there, girl, it'd be and she's like, get over here. you could have come over 3 drinks ago. Like, get over to my house right now. Oh,
if only my front door were unlocked and open when you got here.
You don't even.
If only the bedroom was on the second floor, first door on the left.
She's like, I'm at my house. There's no kids here. I throw different kind of parties. It's like, gosh, homie, go. So what if she's got Crohn's disease? She's got her own health insurance. And she says she doesn't want to get married. So that you're not going to get roped into it. Go for it. But that was wild. So what have you been up to? You said I saw you posting a couple pictures just out on the bike.
I did yesterday, today, tomorrow. I'm with my buddy Will Parker. We're riding motorcycles around Colorado and New Mexico for a couple days, and recovering from the Christopher Shore trial.
Guilty? Was it a guilty verdict?
No. Oh, you didn't hear the
No, I
hung
didn't
jury
hear.
mistrial.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
I
was
hear it was
convinced-
11-1 for acquittal.
Wow. So they did it.
One
I know you were
blue-haired
kind of
holdout.
pissed off at the defense attorney or the defense team's performance at some points in the trial. So did they pull it together at the end at least?
No.
I mean,
no, they did.
Because they should have had the acquittal then, if they had done their job.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the one blue-haired holdout may have held out no matter what. We have a white
Right.
cop who shot a black suspect in the back of the head, and some people are going to hear those facts, uncontested facts. The cop says, "Yeah, that's what I did. I just did it in self-defense." Some people are going to hear that white cop shot a black suspect in the back of the head. They'll never acquit. It doesn't matter
Right.
what the law or the facts are.
Yeah, I mean,
So it
that's
may-
what I
hopeless.
was thinking. I was like, when I read the headline, I was like, it doesn't matter, like, because I heard that you had said that you thought it was a good shoot, and I was
Yep.
like, I know Bronk is probably right, but at the same time, like, your headline is "Cop shoots black suspect in the back of the head," and it's like
Yep.
that's a hard headline to deal with. It doesn't matter like what the facts of the case are. You walk
Thank God
in
they
into
had all the
room.
video footage.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't have the video footage, the only evidence would be white cop shot black suspect in the back of the head. It
Right.
just looks terrible. It's not until you watch the video and you see this cop fighting for his life against the suspect that it makes sense as self-defense. But
Yeah,
it
does
does.
So how's the back of the head shooting work? Like, how's he get into this opportunity, right? Because if you get the impression that if someone's getting dominated, that they're not going to have a shot at the back of a head unless they, like, I don't know, get their gun and like pull it this way, or did
which
he
is
manage to?
basically what happened. The suspect got the cop's taser
Okay.
and was
then,
turning
yeah,
to
done.
use the taser against the cop, and the cop used the gun to. Obviously, if the cop's incapacitated, his gun's in play, and
Yeah.
you can't be incapacitated with a much larger, stronger suspect who's been winning the fight against all your efforts for 3 minutes straight, and now he's about to disable you with a taser. That's
and
the
it-
situation the cop was in.
It doesn't matter who they are either. Like, if someone who's not juiced up, but amped up from a fight, they're in their adrenaline. He may not he's probably not even in control of himself. If he gets that taser and knocks the guy out, like the kicks to the face, like a soccer kick to the face, punches to the head that then hit his head on the ground. That's
And
coming.
the taser alone can cause serious bodily injury. I mean,
Right.
it can blow out, and even with the darts, the probes deployed already. Just the stun drive of this taser can blow out an eyeball. There's
Yeah.
lots of places on the human body. Cops are trained. Do not apply this taser. You will cause death or serious bodily injury.
Right. So if I'm not mistaken, the taser in question, it has the darts with the cords attached to it that you can shoot out. But also right on the end of the taser are the 2 leads. and
Electrodes, right?
Right. And you put that in contact with skin, and it doesn't matter where, as long as you get solid contact on those 2 electrodes, you will, the electronic jolt through the body will work just as if, or in a very similar way to if you hit them with the darts.
Well,
And-
not quite. So there's 3 ways it can work. The darts can impact a certain distance apart on the body, and then
Right.
the current travels through the body, and you get neuromuscular incapacitation. That's the ideal way.
Yeah, that one's cool.
Or you can have the stun drive that does not cause neuromuscular incapacitation, but it causes intense pain, like you're on fire in that particular spot.
Okay,
So
sure.
you're not defending yourself if you feel that way. If it's to the head, your head is on fire. You
Right.
can't do anything while you're getting the shock, and it takes 30 seconds or a minute to recover from that. Or as here, if the probes have been deployed and you're rolling around on them, and the drive stun is applied on one part of your body, and there's a probe in contact with another part of your body, that probe gets energized too. So
Yeah.
then it's as if you had two probes.
Ouch.
And you do get neuromuscular incapacitation. And that's exactly what these guys were doing. They were rolling
Sure.
around on the wires in the wet grass. So it could have, all the ways a taser could hurt somebody were in play here. By the way, if this suspect had not grabbed the taser, but simply picked up a rock, a solid object, that would have been a deadly force threat against the officer.
Right.
Smashed against the head or into the neck, or, you know, just used as a blunt contact weapon.
So when the guy gets the cop's taser, cop is now in, obviously he's in lethal danger, and lethal force is authorized the moment you grab for a cop's taser. Like you're done. As far, it takes a lot to get away from that.
You can imagine a circumstance in which a suspect runs up on a cop, grabs the taser out of his holster, and just is standing there holding it. Maybe
Right.
you can't shoot that guy because there's no
Or
apparent
runs
imminent
away.
threat. Or runs away, or throws a taser into a bush. I mean, this suspect could have done that. If he just didn't want to get tased, when he got control of the taser, he could have thrown it away. And then
Right.
it's not available to either of them. But this guy fought the cops for 5 minutes against lawful arrest. And his control of the taser escalated over time. At first, he
Right.
just grabbed the muzzle. Then he had the whole thing. Then he transferred it to his dominant arm, gripping it in the way you would grip it to use it. It was the only reasonable inference was he intended to use the taser against the officer.
Yeah, and so okay, so he's wrestling with the officer.
And keep in mind, the officer is claiming self-defense, right, as his legal
Yes,
defense.
of
The
course.
state has to disprove that beyond any reasonable doubt. I
Which is
don't
pretty hard
think
to
it's
do.
even close.
Once you grab I didn't know there was a taser involved. I'd wondered. I'm like, if Bronco's saying that this is a good shoot, I'm guessing he reached for either a sidearm or a taser or something of the police officer, because that makes a lot. The only other thing is he's got a weapon in his pocket and he starts making towards a pocket. Like I think that Alton Sterling, or it was a Louisiana one where the guy got shot like right in the chest, and he was wearing sweatpants and he had a gun in his pocket, and they had not Alton Sterling, but it might have been Alton Sterling. Anyway.
There's a few ways it could happen, right? If this suspect was much larger and stronger than the cop, if the suspect was choking the cop to death, that would be a lethal force threat with no weapon involved by the suspect, right? The question is, did the officer have a reasonable perception that he was facing an imminent threat of unlawful deadly force harm? And the state has to disprove that beyond any reasonable doubt. And so it wasn't really a close case on the law and the facts, but that headline tag is awful. White cop shoots black suspect in the back of the head. It looks and feels like it must have been an execution.
So, so there's body cam footage of this, right? Like you mentioned, there's
Dash
some
cam,
camera.
body cam, the passenger.
So is the
By the way,
cop-
the suspect's blood alcohol level was 0.29. So he wasn't
Amateur.
feeling any pain from anything
No.
this cop was doing to him.
Yeah, you can, unless you knock them unconscious, they're coming.
Yeah,
like you can pull out. The reason that matters is because cops carry less lethal options. Like they have those expandable batons and stuff like that. But if you got a guy at a 0.3 or 0.29 blood alcohol content, you pull out one of those expandable batons and you hit him. Like that's not actually a weapon that knocks people unconscious. It doesn't concuss the brain. They're kind of really shitty weapons in that way. So you hit the guy and he's going to keep coming at you at that point. It won't register the.
Well, you can't hit him in the head with a baton unless it's a deadly force encounter, and then you may as well shoot him. A baton to the head will F you up.
Oh, yeah.
Really bad. But he wouldn't have felt it. He was getting knee strikes on the suspect, and the suspect just didn't care. He just wasn't feeling anything.
So did he eventually, was it like a hug thing where I'm trying to figure out how he gets to the back of the head with the gun, like.
So
just how he pulls that off.
He was basically wrestling with the suspect. The suspect had and they're just kind of rolling around in the grass. And at one point, the suspect's like face down, gets on his hands and knees. He's raising himself up, and the cop is then on his back, trying to control him. Unfortunately, the cop didn't know any BJJ or any actual fighting technique. That would have been a very favorable position to be in. But the cop only had one hand to fight with most of this time because the cop's still trying to control his taser, keep it from being taken from him.
Yes.
And it wasn't until he finally lost the taser that he had two hands free. But once he lost the taser, then he's compelled to go to deadly force.
Yeah, because he'll die. You get the wrong guy in that situation, and they're not going to stop, and the cop will die, or they'll end up with permanent injury of some sort. So no, it makes sense. That makes a lot more sense.
The
than
prosecutor
headline.
is going to decide whether or not to retry this guy. So he may not. There may not be a retrial. In which case, it's done. He's I mean, his career is destroyed, and he just spent 3 years of his life in limbo. But it's the proper
this in
legal
Iowa?
outcome.
Where was this?
No, it was one of those states that you live in: Minnesota, Wisconsin.
I thought it was Iowa.
No.
Christopher
I'm blanking
Scher.
now on what state it was in. It wasn't Iowa.
Oh, hold on.
Michigan. It was in Michigan. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So if he doesn't get retried, he's fine. If he gets retried, I got to be honest. I don't know how this cop had money for this legal defense. I mean, he had 3 lawyers. They all sucked, but they're all well-paid lawyers at his table. That's a lot of money. They spent 3 years doing appellate work on this case. By the way, they're probably really good appellate lawyers.
Did the union fund him, or did they
He
drop
got
him?
fired as soon as he got charged. So I don't
Yeah.
think the union was covering anything.
That makes sense.
And
Sucks to be
and
that
these guys,
guy.
they say appellate lawyers are writers and trial lawyers are actors, right?
Mhm.
And these guys had
They
they had
know
no
acting.
physical presence in the courtroom at all. It almost looked to me like, in terms of their physical presence, it was like if you were having tryouts for a high school play, like Guys and Dolls, and
Yeah.
you hand some kid the script for the first time ever, and he's never seen it before, and he gets up on stage and he's just reading it, like in a monotone. That's what these lawyers were like for the whole trial.
Sure.
It was just terrible.
That's
They would ask questions and not follow up. It was like someone else gave them a list of questions to ask. And it bothered me. Like when they did the opening, the woman who did the opening, she basically read from her iPad. She was looking down at her iPad 4 times a minute, constantly. And they've had 3 years to prepare for this opening. It should have been delivered like a speech from memory with passion. And it was just awful. And the whole, every lawyer involved was that kind of low energy. I don't really want to be here. I'm not getting paid enough. This is tiresome. I just want to get this over with. Like they would talk to a witness and say, listen, I'd really like to ask you about this testimony that would be enormously helpful for my client, the defendant. But I just asked the last witness about that stuff, so I'm not going to bother asking you. I'm like, are you out of your mind? You got to ask that as many times as a judge allows you to ask it before telling you can't ask it anymore. This is helpful testimony.
Yeah, why would you stop?
They were being efficient rather than effective. It really was a lot like appellate lawyers. Just they have a certain page limit for their motions, so they got to be as efficient as possible. But trial practice is different. You got to tell a compelling story. You got to reinforce the points, endlessly reinforce until the judge orders you to stop doing it, the points that are favorable for your client. And they just didn't do any of that. This guy's, if he gets retried again, first of all, he's going to have to come up with more money. And second of all, he needs a profoundly different legal team. These guys were, and their paper credentials are awesome. They look great when you look at the website, prior practice, worked in the military, worked in federal courts, all this kind of stuff. But man, maybe they're great lawyers on other days of the week and in other cases. I don't know. My only exposure to them was this trial. In this trial, they sucked.
And you said they consulted, or they at least tried to consult with you, right? At some point.
No, I did say that, but I was mistaken. I was confusing them with a different cop-involved shooting case. No, I'd never spoken with these guys. Those were actually different people. I did say that, but I was thinking of somebody else at the time.
Well, that's how you know they're not qualified, right? Like that they didn't reach out.
I was wondering about it because I was thinking, the guys I talked to, they did not seem incompetent. So I couldn't believe it was the same people. And of course, I couldn't believe it because it turned out it wasn't the same people. It was a completely different case.
Yep, that's well, that would explain it. Oh man, this case is dragging on forever. Karen Reed. I mean, it is interesting sometimes, but there's a lot of, we had some forensic analysis testimony today, and of course that is always, it's just miserable work, like waiting for the lady to explain how like this piece of glass stayed on the back bumper of this car for 60 miles while it was towed, and stuff like that. But it's like,
it seems like there's a lot of weird facts. I heard, I saw a little clip of Joe Neerman doing a thing where he was saying, well, there was grass underneath the body, or there was snow underneath the body rather. And if he was killed when the state is saying he was killed, it wasn't snowing yet, at least not much. And there should have been grass under the body, not snow under the body. I don't know about that stuff. I'm not following the trial, but I believe Joe when he says that's what the testimony was.
Yeah.
It feels weird, right? Like there's all these things inconsistent with the state's theory. And the state has the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, how many inconsistent things do you need before? Listen, I don't know. Maybe she killed him, right? Nobody really knows what happened. But you're supposed to make an evaluation beyond a reasonable doubt. If there's a bunch of reasonable doubt, that's a not guilty verdict, even if you think it's 70% likely she killed him.
So for me, like this string of text messages did not make her look good. It makes her look like she's stepping out on him. But also, I'm like, okay, but it looks like she just wants to like piss him off. It doesn't look like she wants him to die. Like he made out with someone else and she's a little mad about it. So she wants to flex on the status of their relationship. And maybe I think she wants to let him know, like she says they don't ever want to get married, but I think she wants to let him know, like, no, you got something here and you should really appreciate it. Cause I've heard this move before from other people who are like,
I think I talked about it when I was live streaming with you that first week when they were reading the text message between the two of them that day. And I said, this sounds to me like nothing else except a woman who's desperate to nail this guy down. He's not committing to the extent she wants, which is probably marriage. She's of a certain age. She doesn't have, another 10 years to work through another three dudes to try to get someone to marry her. In 10 years, she's invisible on the dating market. And so she's trying to pressure him into doing it. I don't think you really like me anymore. I don't think you're into me anymore. And of course, she's trying to goad him into saying, no, I am. I'm really into you. And then the question is like, well, why won't you commit? And I think it's the same thing with I haven't seen these text messages with the other dude, but it's the same kind of play these women pull. They're just trying to make him the target guy jealous is what she's trying to do. And then if he's jealous, he's got to commit.
Well, these messages were really weird because so I've been developing the theory and I've seen it. It's not just from me, but this looks like there's either a lot of just cheating and generally having sex with no regard for marriages going on is what it looks like. But I had kind of the idea that either that he and Karen have some disagreement, and this is why she leaves, where he's talking about propositioning someone else for some activity that night. And people are kind of like, oh, you're just looking for that stuff. I'm like, I'm not looking for that stuff. It just it feels that way. Like all these people are doing this. That also kind of gives an explanation as to why in a small town, like they don't want to have their little, their degeneracy circle exposed, etc. But with these texts to this guy, she's saying, John and I like to hang out with other single people. And then she invites, she's talking to him. And then he says, lol, I just got an invite. And the inference is from John for this Saturday. And then she mentions, some other single guy that they've invited over. So she and John like to hang out with single guys is what it sounds like.
It's fine with me.
Right. It's fine. But it's like, I think there's this deeper, there seems to be this arc of sexual activity brewing beneath the surface. And like she and John do seem to have some friction there because he was making out with the girl and looks like she wants to one up him. Like that's what I'm reading in these texts. She is just begging this ATF agent, like, please come bust the gates open. And he will not go. He's just like,
she went as low as an ATF agent. That's slumming.
IQ so low he can't spell his job title, but it was like he's just constantly like, but what are you into? Like, what do you want? Like, what do you want to do? And she's like, hang out, and then there's this one thing. He's like, I probably should have come over. And she's like, yes, you should have. And he's like, what would have happened if I came over? She goes, we probably would have hooked up. And then he's like, are you sure?
Tip for all the single guys out there.
He's like, are you sure? I'm a lot of
Don't
fun.
be asking a woman what she wants to do.
She's saying, please come over where there's no one around and we're going to have drinks. And then at one point she's like, I'm 42. I know what happens when two adults get together for a drink.
That means she wants you to tell her what to do.
Right. And she just wants you to show up. Just get over there. And he's like, I don't know. I'm in my work truck. It was the weirdest conversation. But I think all these people are engaged in, like, there's a lot of jealousy and a lot of tension. And I think that is an easy explanation for, again, not a murder, but how violence could pop off in a group of drunk cops. Like, if these guys are all sleeping with each other's wives and then one guy's like John shows up at the door, and you get kind of the idea that he slept with a couple people in this case. And John shows up at the door and is like, hey, and the guy's like, fuck, motherfucker, like, show up around here. And they fight it out, and then it's over type
It
thing.
doesn't even take malice by the guy who might have killed. For example, you
Right,
can
right, he
imagine
just thinks
John
it's
getting mad. One of these people reveals to John, that Higgins guy, he's been getting sexy text messages from your girlfriend. And John decides to take a swing at that guy, and he's drunk, and he misses, and he falls over and smacks his head on the fireplace and kills himself. And then they're all looking at him, well, he's dead, man. We can't bring him back to life. We don't want him in our house. Why don't we put him out in the lawn and blame that see you next Tuesday?
Yeah. And even if there's no swinging, like no fist swinging involved, like let's say he walks in, makes a threatening advance, the dog starts biting him, and then he falls. Like the other guy doesn't even have to throw a punch. He just falls and hits his head, and you hit back here, and it's lights out. And sometimes that's the way it goes.
Anyone who's ever seen a fight in real life knows it's not like the movies. They're all spazzes.
Right.
Nobody knows what they're doing, especially if they're drunk.
And if anybody does know what they're doing at the level of like
It's
something
over
on a
in 30
movie,
seconds.
everybody around them is dead. You see some of these UFC guys go out, like they're out at a bar or whatever, and people pick a fight with them, and it's like bing, bing, bing. It's just knockout, 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 knockout. There's nothing going on with that at all. But this one, I think there's just a lot of credibility to a fight popping off and going bad. And that just happens sometimes. And then they're scared. Maybe they have drugs in the house. Maybe that, they're a bunch of cops and they're having a party. Who knows? The other thing, you mentioned Joe's
like the cop
video.
who owns the house never came out of his house. To me, that's really weird.
The inspector says, because they're like, why didn't you search the house? He's like, I don't think we had probable cause. It's like, you have a dead cop on the lawn of this house. You have probable cause to go in. Like, there's no world in which a dead cop on the lawn of a house does not merit probable cause to at least go in the foyer of this other place. But you mentioned Joe's green grass theory, and I went through that yesterday, and I largely agree with Joe. The only problem I have is he presents it as like, oh, this is rock solid. There's no other alternatives. And it's like, well, there are. And so I don't want people to get too ahead of themselves. Joe's talking about how, like, well, if he was laid down in the snow or whatever, then and he dies out there, it'd be green grass underneath, and that's what they had. They had green grass underneath, so he's out there for a really long time or whatever. But then someone was talking about the blood and stuff like that. But all it takes is this guy not being dead and sitting up for a minute or rolling over, mulling around on the ground. It kind of undoes the whole theory, right? Like, because if there's a blizzard and then an hour into it, for whatever reason, he wakes up and he's concussed and he's going to die anyway, and maybe starting to get a little hypothermic and out of it, but he starts sliding over to the side, falls back down, that busts the whole thing. So that's my only problem with the
found
theory.
the body. They could have rolled him over when they found the body. They roll him over on top of snow. Takes time for EMS to get there. While they're waiting for EMS, more snow is falling. I don't know. But
I like
we have to
Joe's
keep in mind
theory.
that the defendant doesn't have to come up with a theory of innocence.
Yep.
They just have to poke holes in the theory of guilt.
Right. And my main thing is I just want to reiterate, I really like Joe's theory. I think it's the most likely outcome. It agrees with my thoughts on the case just fine. It's just don't want people to get too ahead of themselves and go, oh, this is slam dunk, we could just close the books on this one. The defense has a long way to go in this case still. The state, I do think
Has the state rested yet?
Nope.
Oh my God. No offense. I'm so glad I gave up on that trial.
It's
oh my Lord.
It's a lot, but we've had a couple days off just out of nowhere. They had yesterday, they canceled because apparently maybe Karen was sick or something. So they canceled yesterday, and then, they had a scheduled day off earlier in the trial, and she's had these early days a couple times because it looks like she's just a judge who doesn't really run her courtroom according to any sort of schedule or anything like that. I mean, she has a lot of expectations for how pretrial motions and mid-trial motions go. I love that the state has just moved to add like 2 witnesses. Remember that hubbub that they had over just trying to be able to cross-examine this expert, and she's like, to bring in ARCA. And now the state's like, oh, by the way, we want to add 2 witnesses in the middle of trial.
To rebut ARCA?
I don't know if they're related to ARCA or not. I don't know. Who
I don't
they are.
understand how it can be so disorganized. I mean, this is the second trial. The evidence hasn't changed, right? Or maybe ARCA's new. Are they like new experts brought in by the defense?
ARCA kind of is. So ARCA was a company that they were having trouble reconstructing this thing, and so the federal government made ARCA available to either the defense or the prosecution. And so ARCA is a company that the feds contract for crash reconstruction and stuff like that. So Karen Reed ends up hiring ARCA because ARCA's like, yeah, this doesn't look like the state's theory at all. And so the state could have hired ARCA to do the exact same stuff, and they chose not to. But they're feds. Like these aren't some like freedom group or some far right or far left activist organization. It's a company that does this all the time for the federal government, for federal crimes.
And what do they do? They do crime scene reconstruction. Is that their thing? They come in with a laser device and replicate like in 3D the crime scene.
Yeah, it seems like they do something like that, like deep forensic analysis. I mean, at some point they build like a potato gun, because I think they're trying to show the level of impact that's necessary to bust the taillight, for example.
Yeah.
And it's they do a lot, but the state tried to keep them out of the courtroom entirely. The state tried to keep Karen Reed's team from being able to bring in the ARCA report. And Bev did let him eventually do it, but she put him on a really truncated timeline. I think they had to turn it in by the 7th so that it could be provided to the prosecution, because the prosecution needs, they need help. They need proper notice.
It always feels weird when you get the sense the prosecution is more interested in just a conviction as opposed to finding the truth.
It's crazy to think that the prosecution went, look, we have our experts, but we don't want her to have an expert. Like, not, we don't want her to have this expert because of some disqualifying thing or because they're not reliable. But we want to outmaneuver them and say that, they tried to get this expert in too late. And of course, the defense is sitting there saying, you dragged your feet for 6 months producing the state's report. ARCA didn't even know where to start addressing your issues yet. We were waiting for your document, and you guys dragged your feet for 6 months. And then they're like, no, the defense did. And the judge is just like, seems like the defense did. It was crazy, but she did allow them in. That was one of those things where it's like, if you don't allow this in, this is appealable error right away. Not in the middle of the case, but who wants to fight?
Right?
Who wants to fight an appeal?
Right. It's appealable, and then it's going to be harmless error, and then it's all going to be pointless.
And you're appealing from prison. You're not appealing from your room. You're like your hotel anymore.
So
You're
maybe
appealing
something
from prison.
happens in 5 years, right? Then she's what, 45 years old, 48 years old?
And has been in prison.
And been in prison, right? Well, maybe she has a partner then.
Yeah, but then she'll suffer a lot of domestic abuse. My client was sentenced to 4 years and served 18 months, I think. And she was on this cool, like, this is at a women's prison. That's why I bring it up. They had this cool program for them. It was intense diet and exercise. It's like, get unfat, bitch, was the program. And she lost a ton of weight in 18 months and, started working out. Like, they got her working out and doing all this stuff. And it's like, well, that was cool. Like, I'll trade pounds for years. I think that's a good program.
They should do that for a lot of people in America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can get a lot of fatsos taken care of. Oh, did you see Rachel Ray?
No.
Oh my God, hold on. Like, this happened. This is very important. This happened while
either she blew up or she's in bikini shape, right? So,
no,
oh my
she's
God.
not in bikini shape.
No.
My
All right,
God.
I'm looking at a picture. She doubled.
Yeah.
She's like dough, that like risen dough.
Her bikini shape is the third dimension. Like, it's
oh, she used to be so cute.
yeah, not anymore. God. She's big in the new pictures, and they're like, oh, they're concerned about her health. I'm like, oh, why? Why are they concerned?
She
Don't
got
worry.
married in She got married 10 years ago. This guy married the thin version. Look what he got.
Don't worry, they won't have to worry about her health much longer.
Talk about winner chicken dinner. Like all the chicken dinners.
Oh gosh. I was surprised by that. Like, it didn't look like her at all. I was trying to figure out who it was. Liz Bird says, hard not giving spoilers. Can't wait to see your reaction to ARCA and the DNA test results. Where does that type of DNA come from? I don't know. I heard he had 5 types of DNA, or DNA from 5 sources in his shoe. And I've heard about those parties, but never been to one. So yeah, I know there's a lot of stuff coming from ARCA.
It's like a bum party from that movie, The Other Guys. You ever see that movie?
That movie was funny. Yeah.
Funny. The guy would get his car broken in, his Prius broken into all the time. They'd have bum parties in there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Who are they talking about? Show her. It's Rachel Ray, guys. Here, I guess I could pull her up. Oh my. I'm trying to think.
You need a bigger screen, Nick.
She reminds me of someone very specific, and I can't remember what. Hold on. I cannot remember who it is. I mean,
it's not an intentional no tie appearance, folks. I'm just on a motorcycle trip, and I just saw when I got to my hotel, I saw the link from Nick. So,
I mean, this is Rachel Ray. She is. It's not just that she's huge. It's like she looks like she's regressed. Like, this looks like a post-stroke Rachel Ray, right? Like,
I don't know. It's her. Are we sure she doesn't have like a Down syndrome twin sister?
Maybe. Have you heard of that? They have that Down syndrome filter on Instagram and stuff, and like hot women are using the filter to give themselves like the Down syndrome look, and it's selling like hotcakes. People are out there like, oh yeah. I really like the Downs version of her.
They're always so happy.
So she shared a video on Instagram of herself hovering over a stovetop while talking about how she used to make ends meet on a budget of $40 per week. I mean, she's pounding $40 a day in bread. Oh, I don't know. It's really sad.
It's like those demon creatures in the Harry Potter movies. What were they called? Where they would like suck your soul out of your body, like smoke would be coming out of you.
What was those things?
It's like she puts her face over a bowl of soup. She doesn't need a spoon. It just gets sucked in.
3 feet away, just sucking soup through the air. The Dementors. Yeah. That's her.
She's like a soup Dementor.
The Campbell's thick and hearty. Just. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was her. Well, man, I mean, trial's over for the day. I'm gonna wrap up because I got some stuff to do with the lady. The school year's ending for the kids, so all their activities are ending. It's beautiful, but there's also like concerts and like conferences and the end of year parties for everything. It's driving me nuts.
Hey, I did want to touch on one thing before we go. I heard you talking the other day about the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship.
Yeah. I clipped it out. I'm gonna upload it.
I've written about that extensively. When the 14th Amendment says everyone born in America and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, they mean 100% of the jurisdiction, no affiliation or loyalty to any other sovereign nation. That's why American Indians didn't qualify if they still had loyalty to their tribe. It's why ambassadors' kids don't qualify. You have to be. There is in fact no literal birthright citizenship in America. It's not enough to be born here. You have to be born here to parents who have exclusive loyalty to the sovereignty of America. And by default, you inherit the nationality of your parents. So if your parents are of another nationality, you don't qualify. You don't automatically get American citizenship. The Supreme Court has this Wong Kim Ark case where from 1898, where they had a child of Chinese immigrants, and they decided to say that kid was an American citizen, but his parents were permanent resident aliens here. They were not.
They're subject to the jurisdiction of the United States.
Well, they'd made part of being subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. is not just being subject to our criminal laws. It's a bilateral relationship.
Right.
You're accepting not just legal citizenship, but political citizenship. There is no loyalty to anybody else. And the Supreme Court decided to say, well, if you've decided to become a permanent resident alien and we have accepted you as a permanent resident alien, it's almost like a contract where you've assigned your political sovereignty to the United States. Frankly, I think that's a bad reading. The 14th Amendment doesn't say that. The men who wrote and ratified the 14th Amendment never talked about that. I think it's a bad ruling by the Supreme Court. But even if we accept it, it still only applies to the children born in America to permanent resident aliens, what we call green card holders today, not to tourists, not to people here on work visas, certainly not to people who are here illegally.
Right. And so I took a little bit of a different approach, but I have the same conclusion. And right within the first paragraph text of the 14th Amendment, you have the use of the word jurisdiction twice. And the Supreme Court has told us that every word of the Constitution is intentional and nothing
Yes.
can be added to or removed from it.
Right.
And what you mentioned is the first mention, which is that anyone subject to the jurisdiction of the United States is born, is a natural born citizen, etc. But the later use is within the jurisdiction of the United States, which is a very different phrase because
Yes, right.
there is a physical jurisdiction of the United States, of course, within our borders, also on U.S. soil, in foreign lands, like on U.S. Army bases, etc., stuff like that. But there's also being subject to the jurisdiction of the United States happens in weird ways sometimes, right? Like if you're a foreign enemy combatant and you are renditioned off the battlefield, you're now subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. You may not be within the jurisdiction of the United States at that time, because if you're on a foreign battlefield, you just may not. But if you're picked off of it, you're now subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And so if you have a baby in a black site, technically you have a little U.S. citizen sitting there crying. But this is really a critical part for, unlawful immigrants, is that they cross the border and they never become subject to the jurisdiction of the United States until they encounter the U.S. government. And they don't encounter the U.S. government until they're typically in their deportation hearing. And so, if you walk into the border or walk across the border and the United States doesn't know you're here and you spit out a baby, now you've got a baby, but that parent was never subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. They were not rounded up. No jurisdiction was exercised over them at any point. And it's very different from being within the jurisdiction of the United States that's later in the paragraph. And so that distinction alone, just by common sense, should say that birthright citizenship does not exist for illegal immigrants. And that's critical because they have not engaged the government. If you haven't engaged the government, you're not subject to its jurisdiction. Theoretically, if they ran across the border and no one knew, and then they ran back across the border and nothing, like not with a baby or anything, they just did that, like, haha, very funny. The U.S. wouldn't be able to exercise any jurisdiction over them because they're no longer within the border, and they miss their opportunity to do so.
Yeah,
So-
I like my rationale better because by your rationale, if someone is here illegally and they get arrested and convicted and put in prison, and then they're knocked up by someone who's also not an American citizen, their child would still be an American citizen because under your rationale, they are being subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Under my
Yes,
rationale, they still would not be because
I know
there
you
was-
may not like mine, but I agree with what you just said.
Okay,
And
right.
I
understand.
find
Yeah.
it correct. But I think that's such a minimal amount of babies that you would have where someone is arrested and then gives birth while in custody. I mean, it certainly could happen, but that's not what we're talking about typically. That's a minority percentage of babies that are considered anchor babies. Right. So I'm not concerned with
I hope so.
that being I'm not concerned with that being the main thing on that one. The other was, what do you think about Trump and the suspension of habeas corpus in regards to the illegal immigration problem, which is
I think it's purely a political question. I think he has the authority to do that, and other presidents have done it. Lincoln did it many times at different points in the Civil War, long before he was granted any authority to do it by the Congress in 1863. But the habeas corpus suspensions, people have to understand, he's not suspending habeas corpus for every person in America. No president has ever done that. They define a narrow set of persons, and they say, for this narrow set of persons, habeas is suspended. That's been
For
done many, many
Lincoln-
times.
For Lincoln, it was the journalists, and that's really funny.
It was journalists. It was insurrectionists who were currently in custody in any manner. It was lots
Right.
of different people.
And I think Lincoln was justified. I mean, I think the Civil War counts as the United States being at war and the president then having the authority to suspend habeas corpus for, especially, you could have Southern dissidents up in the North causing trouble, and it's like, no, put them in jail until the war's over. Fuck them.
Yeah, there was some like quasi-military organization formed in one of the border states. They weren't really part of the Confederacy, but they were, ready to fight in support of the and Lincoln just locked them all up. There's no habeas for you. You're in a state of insurrection. And I think there's no reason that any president would be lack the authority to suspend habeas for people who are invaders of the U.S., unlawful invaders. That's a narrow class. I mean, it's probably 100 million people, but it's a narrowly defined class.
Right.
And they have no legitimate reason to be here. And we are in a state of invasion. I mean, the invasion seems to have tapered off because Trump's managed to close the border, but we are in a state of invasion. They are here. They invaded and they are here. And I think it's certainly politically viable for him to say, for this narrow class of people, habeas is suspended.
I agree. Here's my question. Do you think that the court will attempt to intervene and require a further paring down? Because what I would think is they would pare it down to anyone who's a subject or a suspected combatant from a country that we have either declared war or have an authorized use of military force against. Further, I think the allowance of a declared
What were the
terrorist
journalists in the Civil War? Who were they declared war from?
No, I'm saying right now. So now, Trump suspends habeas. I foresee the Supreme Court eventually paring it down to say, okay, so you're going to have to actually limit this habeas suspension to, like, MS-13 was labeled a terrorist organization, right? And so now we have a terrorist organization that is coming across the border illegally. It's there's organization there, and so that the Supreme Court says, okay, this is good. Like, you can suspend habeas for them, but not for anyone else coming from Venezuela, unless you can link them to one of these Venezuelan gangs or another terrorist organization. I think the Supreme Court will pare them down.
They don't have the authority to do that, but I think they might do that, and then it becomes a negotiation. Just like fundamentally right now we have a negotiation between Trump and the federal courts with all this lawfare. Right, the courts are doing things that are profoundly unconstitutional. They do not have the constitutional authority to order about the Article 2 executive branch president in the exercise of his core and plenary powers, as if he were a clerk in their courts. They act like they have infinite authority and jurisdiction. So they're acting unlawfully. And I think Trump not only has the constitutional authority to tell these people to go screw themselves, he's the constitutional duty to do that, to protect the Article 2 executive branch from the overreach of these, as I like to say, unelected, black robe, tyrannical, inferior federal district trial courts. But right now he's playing a negotiating game. He's saying, I'm going to follow the process. I'm going to go up to the Supreme Court. It's going to stretch things out. Everything's going to take longer. It's a hassle. But if I can still get to a good outcome in a reasonable period of time, I'll do it this way because it looks better. It's more difficult for the media to make me look like a fascist, whatever. But at some point, if it takes too long or you're not getting to a good place, like tomorrow's a big hearing by the Supreme Court on these unlimited nationwide injunctions. If you're not getting to a good place or it's taking too long, at some point, Trump has the constitutional duty to protect the Article 2 executive branch.
Absolutely. And that's what I like about all this is some of these powers just need to be defined out. They need to be tested. And we've had administrations in the past that haven't put him to the test. Either they flexed hard enough on the Supreme Court, like FDR, to basically threaten them into, going ahead and going along with his plan, or they back down over and over and over again. And
we've never had anybody threaten the progressive left the way Trump threatens them. Trump is threatening them in a very existential way.
So funny.
There's a reason they're bringing in millions of third world migrants. This is to replace American citizens, to replace us with a different population of people who will be dependent upon them. The Democrats are losing the confidence and the political fealty of genuine American citizens, they have to replace them. If it would be one thing if Trump closed the border, they'd have all these people still here. And even if they don't vote, and we know they're voting, they get counted for the census. They can get counted for apportionment of House seats. The Democrats have 20 to 30 more House seats than they would have if these illegals were not in the country. So when Trump threatens that, the Democrats would never have political power again. And of course, Democrats exist on the federal bench too, which is why they're overreaching to such a degree. They lost the House, they lost the Senate, they don't control the Supreme Court, which is wishy-washy, but it's certainly not progressive. And they cannot afford to lose these migrants.
Yeah, and the other thing is shit, what was I gonna say?
You're gonna say you agree.
Well, I do. I 100% agree with what you're saying. The other part of this is it comes up against the president's plenary authority, as you mentioned earlier, and the Supreme Court's recognition of it under the sole organ doctrine. And the illegal immigration issue is a political issue. Like you said, it's an open political question. To those in the audience who may not know, political question is a term of art. It's a term of art that involves the Supreme Court. It's where they say, look, the Supreme Court isn't equipped to handle this. This is for politics to decide. You make the bed you want with your vote. And when you're talking about plenary powers of the president, that's typically what you're talking about. The Supreme Court doesn't get involved in the decisions of the executive branch that are exclusive to the executive branch. The illegal immigration on its surface is an Article 1 issue because immigration naturalization processes are set by Congress. But once heads of state need to be involved in all of these discussions on what to do with these people and how to handle them. Because if we just arrest these guys and send them back to Venezuela, you have humanitarian issues. You're going to have people bitching at you all the time. And Trump has to deal with that. And that's his job to deal with that. But that means that we need to let him do it. And the fact that these courts keep stepping in and trying to
Congress
shut this down
has
is crazy.
delegated their authority, and they delegated their authority to the president. Read the Alien Enemies Act. Congress says the president has the authority to make these decisions.
Well, remember when Trump used congressional authority to exclude immigrants from 9 Muslim countries in his first term, right? The Hawaii District Court came out and was like, no, you can't do this. It's like, this is the exact language that Congress put in the bill to say he definitely can. I mean, they quoted it in the EO. They just don't care. And that's the thing that's terrifying, is because they know, like, these judges know they're basically unimpeachable without stealing client money. Political questions don't impeach judges. So these guys can make these rulings from across the country. You select your court where you're filing in district court. Tell me why Hawaii is particularly affected by immigration policy from 9 Muslim countries. I'm sorry, they're not going to Hawaii to vacation. They're coming to the mainland United States to resettle with families and also blow stuff up. But I mean, that was the logic Trump was using. But we allow these judges in a district that is tailor-made to make this decision have authority over the president of the United States, and it doesn't make any sense at all. And you go, wait, these courts were made by Congress. It's a delegation of, well, it's a mandate from the 3rd article for Congress to create these lower courts. So Congress does that, creates lower courts, defines their boundaries, and then lets them go. And that boundary just needs to change. And do you think Trump can get that boundary changed without Congress? Or is Congress going to have to go in and be like, no, actually, you're limited to your own district, and these sweeping orders across the country just have to stop? Like, they can do that, but do you think they will?
Congress isn't going to do anything. So the question is the Supreme Court ultimately going to make the decision to check these lower inferior courts and their international airspace jurisdictional powers that they claim to have? And if they don't, then I think Trump's in a position where he's going to have to start saying, no, these are lawless orders, and I'm not going to submit the Article 2 executive branch of the U.S. government under the Constitution to 733 individual unelected black robe tyrannical inferior federal district trial courts. I'm not going to do it. And then the question becomes, well, can the other side then impeach him?
You can always impeach a president. You can impeach a president for sitting down in the toilet wrong. It doesn't matter what they do. Impeachment is a political question as well. It's just a concentration of political authority into people who become very highly accountable for their very public decision to impeach a president. And if you swing for the king, you better not miss, because when you do, everybody will be coming after you. And like Trump got elected on a mandate, and it's pretty obvious. It's not like he barely squeaked by. And so I don't think there's going to be any impeachment. And I do. The Democrats should be aligning actually with Trump on this. They hate it when they do this too. Like when the Republicans file in that one county in Texas in the Fifth Circuit to get everything overturned. It's just like one district court judge, and he's also owns the, like the grocery store in town. And that guy rules on every abortion issue, and he kicked their ass all over the place. They hate the same thing. It's just when it's useful for them, they don't.
The left is only about power. They only care about outcomes. They don't care about process.
Yeah. I love it. I love the struggle between because I don't care what the outcome is. I know what I think it should be. I know what I think the Constitution says and what it means, but I don't really care what the outcome is. I just want to know it. I want to define it. And it's like, okay, well, let's make the country something. We've got all these issues that we've never resolved, and they're very scary because we need to know what happens in this case. And now we're finally getting around to it, just because we have a guy who's going, yeah, no, I'm bringing the chicken and we're going for it.
Hey, man, I'm going to have to wrap up on this.
Yeah,
thanks for having me
me too.
on. Always happy to be on.
Of course,
and,
brother.
Everybody have a great time, and have a great rest of the week. And I'll be back in my office doing my streaming stuff. I expect on Friday.
Bike well, brother.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Peace. Guys, that was my good friend Andrew Branca, Law of Self-Defense. Go check him out on YouTube. If you are not subscribed to him, he's on a quest for 1 million subscribers. Dork. Who would want to do that? No one wants to gain subscribers. I'm on a quest down. No, he's on a quest for 1 million subscribers. Subscribers. He's kicking ass. You want to hear him talk about subjects like this, the wanton federal overreach of these district court judges. He had a long description of them that involved robes or whatever, but I only think of people naked. So he had a long description of them, but if you want to hear him talk about these issues, lawofselfdefense.com. You'll also, of course, or Law of Self-Defense on YouTube, lawofselfdefense.com, if you want to hear him talk about defending yourself after you have to defend yourself. So, all right, guys. That's what I got for the day. I'm not sure if I'm going to get any other streams in tonight. I do want to get some nighttime streams going. I just don't know if today's the right day. I need to see my schedule. I will otherwise see you for the Karen Read trial tomorrow morning. Make sure you guys come hang out, and we'll find something else to laugh at. Thanks for being here. You guys have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who Boulevard. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the plot better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law one